afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, everything's in order. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Policies and Priorities Committee meeting of Monday, June 7th at 1 p.m. We're a tad behind, apologize for that. First up, we're going to have a call to order, and are there any added items today? Mr. Merritt.
Yes, could you add CPO vehicle, community police officer vehicle to 6A1? That would be just after we have a discussion on the community standards bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Any further? Councillor Harper.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Bennett. I'd like to add a closed session under, I guess, 7. In-camera closed session under FOIP section 21.
21. Okay, and that has been added. Anything further? Seeing none, I would take an amended motion, please. And Councillor Ryan, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. I move that we accept the adoption of the agenda for Monday, June 7th at 1 p.m. as amended.
Terrific, thank you. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. And I would seek a motion for adoption of the agenda. If there are any errors or omissions, you can state now, please.
Minutes.
You mean adoption of the minutes? We just adopted the.
Oh,
agenda.
I'm sorry, the minutes. 2A, here I am. Previous meeting minutes. Councillor Blatz, please.
Thank you to Deputy Mayor Bennett. I move that we accept the minutes from the May 3rd Council Policies and Priorities meeting as presented.
All right. If there are no corrections or errors, I would seek the vote then. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. And next up, who will speak to this? 3A, Operations and Capital Projects.
I'll have Director Wagstaff speak to the update.
Okay,
Director
thank you.
Wagstaff.
Thank you.
We can't
Director
hear you.
Wagstaff, we cannot hear you.
Yeah, I don't.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Mhm.
I had a little piece of tape over my camera earlier, and when I moved it, I put it over top of the microphone.
Oops.
So just before we get to the capital update that will be brought to us by our engineering tech, Ben McPhee, I'd like to introduce the new manager of operations, Dale Rankle. He is on the line with us today. I don't believe he has his on the camera. Oh, there he is. He's turned his camera on now. So Dale, if you'd just like to give a quick welcome of yourself to council and the public, please. You did have your, there you go, your video's on now.
It's on mute though.
Unmute though. Unmute yourself, please. Thank you.
Hi,
Hi.
my name is Dale Rankle. Just wanted to say hello to all of you. I'm looking forward to working in Olds. We've actually been around and about Olds from time to time. We found it to be a wonderful community. And when the job position came up here, I was more than happy to throw my hat in the ring, so to speak, to come here and work in such a wonderful new building. I would like to get a chance to meet Mayor and Council, and looking forward to working with you all.
Wonderful. And we're very pleased to have you with us. Looking forward to meeting you as well. Director Wagstaff, anything further?
No, thank you, Dale. And with that, I'll ask Ben to provide an update on their capital projects.
Thank you, Dale.
Ben McPhee, please.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Just a quick update on some of our capital projects that we have on the go. To start off with, we've got Highway 27 and 70th Avenue intersection improvements. The RFP
You're
complete.
breaking up, Mr. McPhee,
Is this better?
so far.
Okay. Just got to be a little closer to the microphone.
There you go.
For Highway 27 and 70th, we've got the RFP, which is now completed and the contractor is selected. We're awaiting the Alberta Transportation final approval for the drawings. Once the approvals are completed, the contract will be signed for the project. And we're expecting this project to start digging in the ground mid to late June.
Perfect.
For 68th Street and the roundabout project, this one's coming along quite nicely. The Alberta environment approvals have been received. Contractor has been signed the contract. They're ordering materials right now. Fortis is expected to start moving the power poles and burying a portion of the line that would be in conflict with the roundabout here in the next week or two. And they're expected to start digging at the beginning of July. There's been a bit of a materials issue with that, but should still be coming in on time.
Excellent.
For the ops center, there's some odds and ends left to do for that project, such as landscaping and a little bit of parking lot. But for all intents and purposes, it's done. We've started moving into the facility. It's been a bit of a slower process as we phase in a bit. And the project for this one, it's on budget, absolutely. To move on to the North Reservoir relining project, the contractor has mowed onto site. The reservoir is empty. Scaffolding is set up on the outside and the inside of the reservoir. Pressure washing and cleaning, overall cleaning and getting rid of loose debris inside of the reservoir has been completed. There was some additional quantity that was identified once we got in there on the ceiling of the reservoir. However, the contingency and the budget is there to cover this. This project is on schedule and on budget.
Great news to hear. Perfect. Are there any?
There's a
Carry
few
on.
other ones. There's
Okay.
the wayfinding. All those locations are staked out and locates are being completed. We're completing 6 vehicle directional ones and 1 civic amenity. The civic amenity is at the new ops center, and they're expected to be starting actual construction within the next week or so. The sewer relining program, they are moving to town this week to do cleaning and information gathering and inspection of all the sewer lines. Once this aspect is complete, it's only about a week's worth of work. They're going to leave town and order the liners and get all the rest of the materials in prep. They'll come back in about a month's time. Areas of town that we're working on is Shannon Close, a section of Shannon Drive, a section of 55th Ave between 44th Street and 43rd Street, 49th Street from 50th Ave to 52nd Ave, 50th Street from 49th Ave to 48th Ave, 49th Ave. There's one small section going north of 56th Street that we're going to complete, and 51st Street from 48th Ave to 47th Ave. We're looking to do about 1.3 kilometers worth of sewer relining this year, which is excellent for the town.
Mhm.
And the last one I have is the AC install at the Evergreen Center and the sump pump replacement in the Sportsplex. Arrangements have been made and contractors are have been awarded, and they're doing the work in a timely and an available fashion. That's all I've got for you.
Wonderful. Great news and all positive. Thank you for that. Questions, Councillor Overwater, then Harper?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. Well, there's, could we get a written copy of everything that you said? I was trying to write it down
I
and
know.
I couldn't write fast enough. So if you would be able to shoot us off an email on that, that would be great. And are we able to find out who the contractors are for the Highway 27 and 70th and the 68th roundabout, or is that public knowledge yet?
Yes, those are public knowledge. For 70th and Highway 27, Ruby Rock Asphalt Works got that job.
Pardon me, sorry, you're breaking
We
up.
can't hear you again very well.
Can you hear me now?
Better.
Okay. For 70th and Highway 27, Ruby Rock Asphalt Works got that job. For 68th Street and the roundabout, that is Border Paving.
Mm.
And then as for the email of the stuff, absolutely, I'll send it to Doug, who will forward it through.
Thanks,
Swear.
Mr. McPhee. I just couldn't write fast enough.
And an email has already been sent to council just just as we started, I sent one around to council outlining what was being presented by Ben.
Great,
Yeah.
thanks, Mr. Meixa.
Thank you very much. Counselor Harper.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Bennett. In reference to the highway, I have two questions in reference to Highway 27 and 70th Avenue. The contract has been awarded. Is it for the amount that we did budget for? Or hopefully less?
Yes, it's for the amount that's been budgeted for, and of course, the aim is to be less than what is there.
Okay. And my second question is in reference to wayfinding and signage. And this might not be a wayfinding sign, but has the sign been placed at the Rotary Park athletic fields in reference to acknowledging Mountain View County as a donor of that park?
So the sign frame is there. The sign is at the sign shop, ready to, as of this morning, to be picked up and then placed in this week.
Thank you very much. Weather permitting, correct?
Weather has been a significant factor on loading anything heavy across the turf at this point, yes.
Thank you.
Counselor Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. I have a question with regards to the sewer relining, and wanted to make sure that we put out on social media with regards to all those locations that you listed, Mr. McVie.
Yes, I can work with our communications department to get that out.
Super, because I think that if we're having any closures or any disruptions, we should alert the public ahead of time.
For the
Anything?
sewer relining program, all we'll have is a couple of trucks parked in the middle of the road. As far as disruptions to the sewer, they're very minimal to any of the people that are connected to that, and even upstream or downstream, there shouldn't be any other disruptions.
Thank you.
CA
I think we
O'Meara.
should still alert people, let them know that things are happening. Because they're
Yes.
going to probably question what's going on.
CA O'Meara, then Counselor
Yes,
Harper.
we will identify those areas, and if there's going to be a disruption in regards to traffic, that's always noted, and we usually put a map out in regards to it. So yes, we will advise the public in regards to those items.
Thank you.
Counselor Harper.
Thank you very much. In reference to the sewer relining, is this, what year are we in for this relining project? And how many kilometers of sewer line have we already completed?
This is year 2 of the program that we've done. Last year, we got in 1.2 kilometers worth of sewer line, so we should be at 2.5 kilometers total.
Thank you.
Excellent. Anything further? Seeing nothing, we'll move on. Next up, we will have,
A motion?
oh, I'm sorry, we need a motion, don't we? Go right ahead, Counselor Harper.
I move that we accept the operation/capital project verbal update for information.
Good. Any questions, concerns? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? That's unanimous and it's carried. Thank you very much. So next will be 4A Jaffrey Elite Training. Mr. Jason Jaffrey.
So I'll ask Michelle Barak to introduce Mr. Jaffrey for his presentation. Michelle.
Thank you. Today we have Mr. Jaffrey with us from Jaffrey Elite Training. He is one of our Sportsplex users and would like the opportunity to share with you a bit about what he does.
Thank you.
It's all yours,
Welcome.
Jason.
Thank you. Welcome. Go ahead.
Thanks for having me, everyone. My name is Jason Jaffrey. I'm a resident of Olds for about 27 years now. I'm a recently retired NHL, AHL professional hockey player. Just retired, actually. I played over in Germany for the last 5 years, but kind of been traveling back and forth over the last 27 years, and Olds has always been kind of been my summer home. Retired in March 2020 after playing 1,300 professional games with Vancouver, Winnipeg, Calgary. and really just kind of came back to Olds, not really knowing what my next plan of action was going to be. And especially in the middle of COVID, there was a lot of question marks of what I was able to do. When I did retire and got back home, I had a bunch of friends reach out and ask for me to help train their kids that were hockey players, baseball players, lacrosse players, swimmers, kind of all the above. As Olds didn't really have that sports specific center in Olds to be able to do that. So I started doing, because at that time I was in quarantine, I started doing some online training, which 2 kids turned into 5 kids, which turned into 12 kids. And by the end of the summer, I was training over 115 kids via Google Meet. And that kind of filtered into where I'm at today. As you can see behind me, I'm in the new Apex facility here in Olds, which just opened up here, I think in January or February of this year. It's a 16,000 square foot facility that has 8,000 square feet of a batting cage and 8,000 square feet of sports tile, in which we kind of help train basketball, volleyball, baseball, hockey, kind of all the above here in town. I recommend, if you haven't been able to check out this place, it's kind of hidden back in the west end of the industrial park at 6619 Imperial Way. And I lived here for 27 years. I didn't know this building existed. So when I finally did get in here, you'll probably drive by it and think that there's nothing in there. It's an abandoned building, but you open up inside, it's pretty phenomenal what the owner of the building has done. Now, I'm not the owner of this company. I actually just rent a space in the back. And I kind of have my high performance gym in the back that kind of filters on to the turfed area here. And that kind of filtered into me training. I trained a bunch of our AA teams, hockey teams this year. Before this gym was opened up, I was training out of Mountain View CrossFit with Des Webb's place there just out of town. I did some work with Jamie D. Marshall with her yoga fitness studio. Kim Dunn has provided some nutritional help through her program. And so I kind of just brought in all of the resources that we have within Olds and brought them together to kind of make one big, great program. And it's gone over very well. Over the last year, I've trained 300 plus athletes now. And it filtered into when the hockey season got canceled here in February, which I know you guys probably dealt with a lot of sportsplex closure issues over that time. And I have to say that the arena staff for me during that time was phenomenal, because I was running morning skates, morning development programs. But when the hockey season was canceled, we started up our own spring hockey program. And the spring hockey program was called the Central Alberta Longhorns. And that Longhorns program had we had 6 teams. We had a female program at the 2006 level up to all the way up to 2012 born kids. So we had 6 teams of 115 plus athletes that were ranging. We had kids driving from Strathmore, Red Deer, Rocky Mountain House, Drumheller, because they loved the facility, they loved the program. I got kind of the best coaches we had in town. I had our Chris Overwater, our Bantam AA coach, Mark Hammer, Chris Leeming, who's the head coach of the women's Broncos college team here in town. He was running a couple of teams for me, and it really went over extremely well. We got a lot of great feedback, and the best part about it is we had the on-ice portion, which we weren't allowed to play games, so I didn't know how it was going to go, but we focused on skill development. And then we had the kids in here. And with the size of our facility here, we were able to put down nets and kind of break up 10 people over there, 10 people over there, to kind of abide by a lot of the COVID rules that were hampering a lot of the smaller gyms and facilities around town. But with the space that we had, we were able to accommodate full teams and just break them up in half and make things work. So And that kind of brings me into why I'm here today is kind of my biggest hurdle in regards to my program and how I've kind of developed things over the last year has kind of been ice time in Olds, prime time ice. Now, anybody that has a daughter or a son that has played kind of the top end hockey in town over the previous years, and myself included, I used to have to drive into Calgary and Red Deer 5 days a week in order to be able to either get the off ice training and the on ice training throughout the summer. So I did that for 20 years. Now I'm trying to provide that in Olds now, which is a little bit different. And a lot of people say, well, no, you won't be able to do it. You can't do this, you can't do that. And it's actually gone over very well. And I got a lot of kids from not only just in Olds, but a lot of the surrounding area that are searching for ice, searching for a place to train at all levels. I have 10, 11-year-old kids that are in a learn to lift program that is just more off ice training or dry land training, up to college basketball players and pro lacrosse players that are training with me now. So it's gone over very well. But I know with the policies that you guys have in place through the town of Olds really limits me to be able to get any prime time ice in Olds. And that's why I'm here today, is to just kind of ask if we were able to adjust the policies that you have in place to allow me to be able to book ice. Right now, I applied for 20, 30 hours in August, and I was given 0 hours in August just because of the policies that we have in place. So I'm actually recently, I'm in Airdrie and Carstairs and in Penhold for the whole month of July and August with about 60 hours of ice time. And I have my athletes kind of traveling out of town to make that happen. I would love to be able to have that access to ice throughout the spring season and summer season. I know for anybody that deals with the bookings in Olds, I don't expect to be able to get any ice during the regular hockey season, because I know that's not feasible. I know we have our 4 major user groups take up a ton of that ice time. So I'm hoping to be able to run some morning development sessions, but even then, I'm more focused on the spring and summer side for myself. I've developed a hockey school, or just bought Edge Hockey Schools, and we're running hockey schools in Edmonton, Strathmore, Calgary, Carstairs. I would love to eventually bring one to Olds. But honestly, I didn't want to step on any of the Olds Grizzlies' toes, so I probably would have to try to keep that a little bit out of town, or at least just have the access to run smaller programs in the evenings. And right now with the policies we have in place, I don't have access. It's not that I have access to little ice, I have access to 0 ice. And that's my ask for today is just to be able to adjust those policies for out of town development companies like myself, or sorry, not out of town, other development companies like myself, to be able to have access to even 20 to 25% of the ice during these times, to be able to run a couple hours a night on a Monday to Thursday or a Monday to Friday, or have access to some ice on the weekends. And I'm not sure exactly how that would be, what that number would what you guys would be able to agree upon, or if that's even something that we would be interested in talking about. But the spring hockey we ran in a COVID year with 6 teams and 115 athletes. I expect in a normal year that we would probably have close to 10 teams and over 200 athletes. And the ice time that I was allotted this year, out of good faith, if I get smaller amounts next year, I would be forced to have to move it out of town to a different facility. And I don't want to do that. My whole purpose of doing what I'm doing here in Olds is to provide our local athletes, our local kids, to be able to not have to travel into the cities to be able to do things like spring hockey and top end training. So that's pretty much what I have. And I do want to make it clear that to the group that I know that we have 4 major user groups at the the arena, and I do not ask to be able to take ice time away from those major user groups. I know that the figure skating and the Grizzlies and the Broncos and Olds Minor Hockey are the 4 major user groups. All I'm asking for is access to a small amount of ice to be able to run some development programs to kind of make things work.
Thank you very much, Jason. That sounds wonderful. And there's always room for discussions for sure. And I'll take questions from council. Mayor Musichka.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. And thank you very much, Mr. Jaffrey, for your presentation and the letter that you sent in earlier. That's great information, and congratulations on your company growing at such a fast pace. That's excellent. I know we need to be able to provide these high-end elite level type of programs for athletes all around the region. I guess my question is probably to Ms. LaRocque. If there's no ice being provided to Mr. Jaffrey, is that the ice isn't sitting idle? It's being used by the 4 major user groups. Is
That's
that
correct.
happening? Okay. So it's being soaked up, used, and paid for, I would imagine. I would
Yes.
hope so anyway, by the 4 major user groups that sort of squeezed Mr. Jaffrey out. Not, but we can certainly sit and talk about policy and how that's going to work going forward. I just wanted to make sure that it was being used and it wasn't being squandered. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. To Mr. Jaffrey, do you have a percentage of the number of actual kids that live in the town of Olds that participate in your different programs?
I could definitely get that number to you. Just the way that we worked it this year with the spring hockey program was we took our U11, our U13, and our U15 teams, and we asked anybody that wanted to continue into the spring, you had a spot on the team. And there was, I mean, probably 4 or 5 kids from each team that didn't want to. They were done with the whole COVID thing. And then we just kind of opened up those slots for out of town kids. And like I said, we had, at the 2010 level, which is my son's age, we actually had so much interest in it that we ran 2 teams. So we had our 2010 AA team and our B team put together 2 teams, and then we just attracted, like I said, Hannah. We had a kid from Hannah, a kid from Drumheller, a kid from Sylvan Lake, and like it was actually crazy to see how far people were willing to drive to be able to get a good program. But I would, off the top of my head, I would probably say 80% were either local kids or were local kids that were playing in Olds previous to the spring hockey program opening up, if that makes sense. So kids from Didsbury and Sundre and Bowden.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Harper.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Jaffrey, for your presentation. I know that if we had 50 ice services, we could rent them out always for all that prime time. The problem is nobody wants that time between 11 and midnight. Especially for young children. In reference to your question about the August ice scheduling, are you saying that there is absolutely no time available during that August time frame for you to be able to rent ice?
I was actually given my option for all of August, for the 3.5 weeks of August. I was given a 6:30 to 7:30 time slot, and that was the only time slot that I was given available to my company. And honestly, in August, I don't think I would get a whole lot of interest to any families that are willing to wake up at 5:45 to get their kid onto the ice at 6 a.m. So, so that was, I had asked for 2 hours a night for the 3rd week in August, and I asked for a couple of weekend times, and the only time that I was given was a 6:30 to 7:30 a.m. for 1 week in August.
Well, thank you. And like I said, it's unfortunate that we don't have enough ice services for all those times that most people want them.
For sure.
Councillor Thompson, sorry.
Yeah, mute.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bennett. So my question is actually to Mrs. LaRock. Do we differentiate in our policy at all based on time of year? I understand we prioritize youth groups and nonprofit, but in the shoulder seasons, do we have any difference in our policy that would create openings for this type of youth?
Currently, we do not.
Worth considering.
Thompson, I think and that's exactly what I'm kind of looking for is for the spring season. I would love to have access to, say, 50% of the ice in this spring season, right? I mean, if the Olds Grizzlies wanted to, or the Olds Grizzlies or the Broncos or whatever wanted to run something, but in the previous years, Olds has never really had a spring hockey team, and we've never kind of held our ice until the May long weekend like we did this year. But I've kind of shown this year that we're able to do that, and I don't think we had any dark ice at all right up until we got shut down and the ice pulled out. With the mixture of what the Grizzlies were doing, myself, Val Norrie, the Broncos, there was a bunch of different programs going on, and I think that's more what I'm looking for. Would be, hey, if we're going to run a spring hockey program and we're going to involve all these different companies in this spring hockey program, hey, maybe we can allot 50% to Jet or to the Central Alberta Longhorns. And then I know that in August that the Broncos start up, the Grizzlies start up, but even if I was able to get, say, 20% or 15% in August and just have, and like I said, come September, I'm just going to go like this. I'm going to stay out of it because I know it's that's not even something I want to talk about, because I like the other people have stated, we could fill up 3 different arenas with ice times, and I will completely stay out of any conversation come September if that was the case.
Councillor Blatz.
I think actually Councillor Ryan was ahead of me.
Oh, I apologize. Councillor Ryan, then Blatz.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Blatz, for saying that, and thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. I would like to know exactly, Mr. Jaffrey, what you're looking at for prime time, and then I have another question after that once I find that out.
Well, for the spring hockey, honestly, I just asked whatever ice that you were able to give me, I was able to make work, and that was that was pretty much what I had spoke to Val at. I know she was the ice booker, and whatever ice was available, and I just made that open to my groups, and we made it work. So really, throughout the spring, I wasn't picky with the amount of ice I was getting, as long as it was after school. I mean, I had kids coming in from, like I said, from quite a bit out of town. So I needed to start, say, I needed ice time from 5 till 9 p.m. is kind of what I was looking for. My smaller groups, I was able to get on the ice at 4:30, but when you have people coming from out of town and after school, I needed that kind of 5 to 9 area is kind of what I was looking for. And then coming into the summer, really, I'm just looking for a couple of hours a day is all I'm looking for. I'm recently running hockey stuff up in Penhold in August and Airdrie in August, where really I'm making any time of the day work. I'm up there from 11:30 till 1 for some of my groups, and 3:30 till 4:30 for some of my groups also. So I can make most of it work in the summer. Prime time in the spring is kind of what would be the most specific for me, would be that 5 to 9 range. But in the summer, people are just looking to get on the ice. And what I really want to do is kind of develop my gym programs to kind of feed right into the hockey program also. So whatever time I was able to make available in August, if it was a 7 p.m., well, I would have my workout group in here from 4:30 till 6, and then I would take them on the ice from 7 till 8:30 and make it work that way, if that makes sense.
Okay, all right, thank you. We had recently a presentation from the Grizzlies as well with regards to ice time, and I think what we really need to do is sit down with the different groups. Each of you bring all of the groups to the table and have a discussion about what is all the needs in town, and try to accommodate them a little bit better. And Thank you that I wasn't quite sure what you were looking at for the prime time. So, and I would imagine that all the other user groups are looking for prime time as well. So, with there's only so much ice surface available and only so many hours. So I think what we need to do is bring it all to the table. That's my feeling.
And I think with that is, I mean, that was one of my worries was when I read in the paper there about a month ago is they were asking for all of the ice. I'm not asking for all of the ice. I'm asking for a small percentage of the ice just to be able to continue to run my programs. And that's, I think it would be a large ask for anybody to say, hey, I want all of the ice for all of spring and all of summer. And that kind of worried me. Like I was kind of, okay, well, I was all right with having some of the ice in spring. I would like to grow my program larger, but now there's groups that are asking for all of the ice, which I think it would be a good idea that if we did sit down and say, hey, this makes sense to give you guys this percentage, you guys this percentage, and we can kind of work together. We're all working for the same goal, right? We're all trying to provide youth development in town. And to be able to provide with different companies and different styles would be very beneficial to a lot of the kids.
Thank you. So I'll go to Blatz, Overwater, then Harper. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. Through you to Mr. Jaffrey, thank you so much for your presentation. And I'm really impressed to see you using the Apex facility there. Some of us did tour it earlier this fall, and it looks very impressive. I think that'll be a welcome addition to the town for sure. But of course, now this upcoming spring, we will have the big curling tournament coming in, which is going to limit our ice time significantly, as well as, I'm sure you're aware, lacrosse also wants to get in as soon as they possibly can. So unfortunately, we're very, very limited with this, but I just kind of wanted some clarification on this. When you said you've rented 50 or 60 hours in Airdrie, Carstairs, and Penhold, is that per week, per facility, or just overall amongst the three facilities? Because I'm a little confused.
Sorry. No, that's, most of my athletes want to start skating in July. And so okay. I go 4 times a week. I go Monday to Thursday. I got about an hour and a half a day up in these different facilities. I start out in Penhold for the first 3 weeks in July, and then I go to Airdrie for a couple of weeks. And then once I was not given any ice in August, now I have hockey camps and hockey schools being run out of Carstairs for the 3rd week from August 23rd to the 29th. So I've kind of shifted everything to Carstairs as their ice goes in, I think a week or 2 after Olds does. But I had nowhere else to go. So I was searching for open ice. And so I've kind of shifted to there. Now I also run a hockey school in Carstairs over that week. So I got 10 hours, 12 hours a day in Carstairs for that August 23rd to 29th. And then, but for the rest of the time, it's pretty much about an hour and a half to 2 hours a day, Monday to Thursday.
That you require, okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. Mr. Jaffrey, so the towns in County and Mountain View, we just finished going over a recreational master plan. And, there was quite a bit of talk about arenas and so on and so forth. So I'm just thinking, like in the cities, kids will travel an hour and they will be, designated to different arenas within the city. They're not always at the same arena. And I'm just wondering, maybe, working with our council and the other councils within the county, possibly there could be some sort of agreement where, the ice is maybe is in longer in some of the other arenas within our county, like Carstairs, Didsbury, Sundre, and Bowden. I mean, they're not really in our county, but there is a lot of ice that happens there too. So I'm just wondering if, it's nice to go to the same arena for sure every time, but I think people have to start realizing that they may not be able to go to the same arena, and if there could be some sort of communal decision and cooperation with the other arenas within our county, that maybe you get 2 hours on Thursday in Olds, but then your other 2 hours on Friday is in Didsbury, and do you see what I mean? Like people in rural areas, they tend to think that, 15 minutes sometimes is too long to travel. Whereas you're in the city, I mean, you know as well as I do that, they're traveling an hour just across cities. So I'm just wondering, possibly, the mayor, we could bring this up at a municipal area partnership meeting that we have, and maybe get some of your user groups all together and maybe who knows, maybe even the Grizzlies have to go practice in Didsbury or Carstairs too once in a while. Like, I think we need to think regional. And, so I think those are some options that we can discuss as the different councils within the County of Mountain View. So just a comment.
Marianne, I think that's a great idea. I've actually reached out to Carstairs already because of the World Curling Championship and talked to them about being able to keep their ice in longer.
Yeah.
And I think the toughest battle with that is a lot of those arenas require a certain amount of ice booked in that arena in order to be able to keep that up, right? Like I also talked to Didsbury because I think Didsbury just sunk $2 million into their brand new arena and then got shut down due to COVID. So
Yeah.
I think they're pretty much begging for anybody to come in there and book any ice time there. And I've spoken with them also because I think that's a great facility to utilize also. So yeah, I have looked into that, but like I said, they do require a mass amount of ice time to be booked in order to make it profitable, just like Olds, right? I mean, for us to be able to keep our ice in until May long weekend this year, we had to kind of prove that we could book up and keep this ice full at all times. To make it profitable for the Sportsplex to stay open and the town of Olds. So that's definitely something that I have already started looking into. I've met with the Carstairs arena groups because I do like the Carstairs arena up there. I think it's a great little facility. And Didsbury, I've just kind of had preliminary talks with them. They actually just reached out because they're hoping to put their ice in a little bit earlier this year. Also, so they've just reached out here in the last 2 or 3 days to see if I'd have any interest of getting ice, but they're not going until September 1st. So, but
Well,
yeah,
and
it's definitely a great conversation to have.
just another comment to that, Deputy Mayor Bennett. I think, maybe as Councillor Ryan has stated, you get all the groups together, we hear what all their needs are, and then, possibly the councils can get together and see what can be worked out within the communities. And, because I realize we want to keep kids active. And if we don't have facilities and time slots, they're not going to be active. And sometimes they get into things they shouldn't get into when they're not active. Thanks, Jason.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Harper,
You're muted.
did you not have your hand up?
No, I don't have any further questions.
Okay.
They've all been asked, but
Okay.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay, that would be great. Go right ahead.
I move that we accept the presentation by Mr. Jason Jaffrey and his Jet Jaffrey Elite Training Company for information. And I think that's all we need to say for right now. I think he
Terrific.
said that we're going to be talking with our administration to look further into his asks.
Yeah, absolutely. We will do that. So if there's nothing further, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? And that's unanimous and it's carried. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Jaffrey. We appreciate your consideration this afternoon.
Welcome. Thank you for your
Thanks,
time.
Jason.
I actually have an outdoor workout that I got to get set up in the rain right now. So
Oh.
thank
Have
you very
fun.
much.
Thank you.
Have fun with that. Oh, great information. Next up, we have pages 11 through 29, 4B, Youth Empowerment and Support, which is the YES program. And we have a presentation. Who will introduce? CEO Merritt?
Yes, thank you, Deputy. And the next three presentations are connected to family and community support services. So I'll ask Michelle LaRock. I think Heather Dixon's going to be presenting on some of these. So Michelle.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I do believe Heather is with us to introduce our folks from YES first.
Ms. Dixon?
Hi there.
Hi.
So thank you very much to the mayor and council and administration for taking some time to listen to some of our folks that get FCSS funding. First up, I'm going to introduce you to Raylyn Notley, who is the Mental Health Capacity Building Program Manager. She's in charge of the YES program. And so I will just hand it right over to her. Thanks, Raylyn.
Awesome. Thank you, Heather. And thanks everyone for this invitation and the opportunity to talk about our program. So I'm going to do my best here to present and have it work for me. I feel like, you know how Facebook listens to you, like if you talk about a car, then the next few ads, oh, that's all you're going to see. I feel like Zoom is like when I get comfortable with it, they change things and they're like, let's just see how this throws her off. So let me start a presentation that I have here for you. I'll share my screen. I won't be able to likely see any of you, so please just jump in if there's any questions, but I'll go through the presentation and then we can chat afterwards if that works for everybody.
Yes, that's preferable.
Okay, thanks. Okay. So I would just like to introduce you to the rest of the OLDS team here. Right here on, I am hoping you can kind of see what I'm doing here, but we have Ashton Paquette, Emma Lefebvre, and Abe Crawford. They are what is called success coaches that work within the schools and community. So I've really just focused in on the programming that aligns with OLDS. You'll come to learn that we're in several communities throughout the school division, but these are three familiar faces that hopefully you've seen either at events or on social media offering program for youth. So just, I'm going to briefly talk about this, just kind of what do we do? We are actually funded primarily by Alberta Health Services. And we started back in OLDS in the year 2007, and I've been with the program since it started. And what happened was they created a mental health capacity building initiative that AHS provides money to go to school divisions that then selected communities to offer this programming. And really the mission is to promote positive mental health in children, families, and individuals who work with children and families to be able to protect mental health and build resiliency and build that capacity on an individual and community level. I just wanted to tie this in to the provincial impact, because I think this is really important. When we started back in 2007, there was a really small group of us that were doing this work. And 2 years ago, AHS offered the opportunity for expansion grants, and Chinook Sedge School Division was the lucky recipient of one of those grants. So we've actually in OLDS, in Chinook Sedge, we've started in OLDS, we expanded into Didsbury. We're also now in Carstairs, Bowden, Spruceview, Delburn, and Elnora. So we've had that opportunity over these years to expand our programming, but provincially there's 55 different sites in different school divisions and nearly 170,000 youth that are served. Which I think is just always kind of cool to see that you're part of a bigger picture. And I have to say, without the support of FCSS funding, I wouldn't be able to hire as many staff as I've been able to support the youth in OLDS. With that, our primary service is by offering universal classroom programming. We have a multitude of different programs that we offer all the way from kindergarten to high school, where we focus on important social and emotional skill development and promote mental health and wellness. So last year, we were able to go in front of 1,145 students in OLDS. And it's not just once or twice that we're going in front of these students. We go in a minimum of 10 classes, upwards of 25 lessons, and we provide that weekly programming to really set the foundation of positive mental health and create that common language. We work alongside of the teachers so that when we're not in the classroom, if they are experiencing any sort of communication issue or self-regulation issue, the teacher also can use that language with the students, so there's a continuation beyond the classroom. But the universal programming is really great for us because we build connections with each of these students, and that allows us to move into our targeted group support. So This is the second layer of services that the Youth Empowerment and Support provides. Universal, kind of based on the contract that AHS gives to us, it needs to be about 80% of the work that we do. So really the bulk of it comes from that universal approach. But then what we do is we work with youth in smaller targeted groups who've been identified as maybe struggling with positive peer connections. Maybe they struggle with self-regulation, maybe low confidence, maybe just not feeling like they fit, right? It could be we don't know if they have a diagnosis. It has nothing to do with having a mental health diagnosis or anything like that. But we work really closely with our school partners, so that would be Family School Wellness, administration, and teachers, to make sure that we know who the kids are who could use that extra layer of support. But we can really take referrals from anywhere. Parents can call us. We've had referrals come in from mental health. We've had referrals come in from the Boys and Girls Club, just letting us know that there's a youth that could use an additional layer of support. And so what we do, okay, I need to tell you that all these pictures that you're going to see are from non-COVID years, obviously, because one thing that COVID did to us was sort of take away a lot of the fun. And so as you're looking through this, these are older pictures. But what we do then is we identify the need for a group, and then we match them accordingly. So we would never really mix like really unregulated, maybe you would call them behavioral students, with really anxious students, because it just doesn't blend very well, right? So we work really carefully to make sure that the groups that are set for these students are appropriate for them. And then the success coach offers a variety of different programming that they might enjoy. So this can look like at lunch playing floor hockey with maybe a bunch of like grade 3-4 boys who really what they need to regulate is to go blow off a bunch of steam. And that requires a lot of running and a lot of sweating, right? And then it also might look like kind of like this group here in the corner to the left is a group of girls coming together after school who maybe just need a caring, safe adult to facilitate some activities so that they feel like they belong, right? Because not every kid has that confidence to join in. And so what we try to do is take away any barriers that they might be experiencing so they all feel welcome and they actually do things they like. So when we form the groups, the success coach will sit down and gauge the kids and ask them, what do you like to do? And then they actually guide us and we create the programming based on what their interests are. So we've done, this is a cooking club here in the middle where they actually made meals in groups and then they would sit together and dine together and then they would clean together, right? So it was really kind of cool. We've had a variety of different groups based on different interest levels. So last year we offered over 30 different groups to nearly 300 students. Now, this year with COVID, we had to be very careful. It's certainly limited on, like you can see looking at these pictures, that they would have come from maybe different grade levels. This year, what we had to do to accommodate COVID regulations was work in cohorts. So it would be that we would run a grade 5 girls group, but it was only girls that could be in that grade level. So that was our limitation, is trying to, because what I've found in years past is kids actually really like getting to know their kids that aren't in their classroom, right? And so I really look forward to when restrictions lift and we're able to go back into what has worked so well over the years. The other thing that we offer is universal group programming. So we can't just serve the kids who are referred to the program. And the reason is that when we first started offering targeted programming, because we only took referrals, the program went through a period where there was a bit of a stigma that was attached to the YES program, where it was like only for kids who really needed it, you know? And with that, we had the challenge of it being something that it really wasn't intended to. We want to work with all students. So what we did was we shifted program and we started to offer universal programming. So in the evenings, we had like a yoga group that would come in, open to anybody. We would have posters, we would take registration. A lot of our targeted groups aren't advertised. It's invitation only. But these universal groups are open to any student who would like to take part. So here we have like, we would have Friday games, like on the Fridays off of school, where we would have drop-in events, and we could take 40 students if they were interested. We have what did they call it now? It's so long ago that we've done it. The weekenders. So Friday after school, anybody could come, and it would be just sort of that natural transition from the school week into the weekend, and they would play different types of games, whatever the kids are really interested in, arts and crafts, things like that. What's super cool is that we have a room at Deer Meadow School, and we have our own classroom above the library, and it's used a lot for drop-in. So when that was allowed, if you were ever to be in the school sort of during natural transition times, kids would flock up there just to come say hi to the success coach. We have couches set up in there, like it really was their space to be. And it was really interesting to me to just see the different types of kids that would come up and just want to be seen by the success coach, right? This year we couldn't do that. Unfortunately, there was no drop-in. It's something that I really missed. So again, these are pictures from the past, and we're really looking forward to being able to offer this again. We were still able to do so, but we had to really limit our numbers, and actually like after school programming was really difficult because of all the shutdowns, but we got it as creative as we possibly could be to try and continue with these programs. A few other like community engagement pieces that I wanted to highlight. I'm just going to go through the slides here because I'll introduce them as we go. One of the things that, again, we weren't able to do last year, but we offered it twice, was a Headstrong Mental Health Summit. And what this was is we had over 300 students from across Chinook's Edge School Division come, and they listened to a panel of speakers who spoke about their real life stories struggling with mental illness. And it just sort of broke down some barriers, created some empathy and understanding and awareness. And what these youth were tasked with was going back into their communities to promote mental health and wellness, and also reduce the stigma of mental illness. So there was some funding support. This was in partnership with the Canadian Mental Health Association. They vetted the speakers for us. They helped us arrange the day, but we invited the kids. And then we also supported the follow-up of that. So there's nothing, this is one of my favorite parts of this job, is seeing kids take on the leadership of supporting mental health and wellness and just breaking down that stigma. Because I think when we start these conversations with them, like we do in kindergarten, it's just really natural and commonplace to have this kind of language and to not have the stigma attached, and to be more willing to go get help when you need it. Essentially, that's what we're trying to do, is when you identify that you're struggling and that you need help, that there's no shame in admitting it and that you can go get help, or recognizing it in a peer, because really peers are the first ones to sort of see that there may be an issue. So Headstrong is very cool. We hope to be able to do it again. It's a day of pure, there's some really difficult moments of that day and listening to the keynote and listening to the speaker, but at the end they walk out feeling really empowered about what they can do to promote mental health. So just a couple of the cool things that they did was the girls that came from the middle school in Olds took on a bathroom makeover project. What they identified is that a bathroom is a place that you go when you're feeling sad. Maybe when you're feeling lonely and you don't want anybody to see you, you go into a bathroom. Or sometimes conflict can occur in a bathroom, if we're being honest, right? So they worked with a local artist, Chantel Thorburn, and they created different statements for the boys and the girls' bathroom, but just to make it kind of a more welcoming place to be, with a focus on wellness, like lots of positive messaging and things like that. And at the high school, they did some really cool things, like they had the Let's Taco About It. So they would sell tacos. They did the Do Not Stigmatize, and they would sell donuts. But when they were very much like we were just making cost at that point, but they would have like minute to win it activities, but you would also have a little bit of trivia about mental health and things like that. And so we did this off of the Commons area, where there was a lot of student engagement and lots of students taking part. So those were a lot of fun days that we also had in the past as well. My favorite event that we do every year is Let's Talk About It. It's something that we started 5 years ago. It's done during the first week of May, which we always hope for good weather. And we've been blessed actually more times than we haven't been, but it's a little bit risky, but it ties in with Canadian Mental Health Week. And so we take students from the elementary school all the way up through the high school, and we sort of map out the high traffic areas within in the community and take them in their classes to go spread positive mental health messaging and chalk all over the community. I think it's interesting. If you give a grade 8 boy a piece of chalk, you just never know what you're going to get. But I have to say, they really actually take pride in this. There's only been a few occasions where we've had to go back and turn something into a butterfly that didn't start as a butterfly. But I think that the kids now are so trained that they ask us, like it was one of the first things when we went back into the classrooms this year, because they didn't get to do it last year. We weren't in person, and we still did it. Like we handed out chalk and we had locations where they could go pick up chalk. It was just done on a much smaller scale, but we did have participation from the community. So that was great. But the kids were like, do we get to do this again this year? And they put a lot of thought into it. They do some planning into some of the quotes and the drawings and stuff like that. And what I love to see or hear is stories of them taking their family out later to go show them where they did their artwork. And, you know, it's just very prideful. We were able to host 2 events called Dot Stay. It was a women's empowerment conference. And this was to honor Dot Negroponte, who had passed away. And what is really great about it is that we use local women. And actually there was a gentleman too, Bruce Cervini, he did a sound bath for us. So I shouldn't say just women, but I used local talent, I would say, to offer sessions for women to take part in. So there was yoga, there was a floral arrangement, there was sign making, lots of different things went into this event. And really what it is to promote wellness, right? And to celebrate the fact that we need to have wellness at the forefront of our mind. And there's many different ways that you can contribute to your own wellness. Dr. Jody Carrington took part as our keynote for the 2 times that we offered it. So this may be something that hopefully, literally it was canceled on me the day before when the shutdown happened. We were ready to go and it was scheduled for Saturday and Thursday at 4:30. I was given notification that it had to cancel. So it was really disappointing, but we hope to be able to offer this again one day. I just wanted to talk really quickly here. You'll see that students are sort of holding up a certificate. We have a raffle table and all of the money that is gained from the raffle table is given to students from grade 5 all the way through grade 12, and they're recognized for empowering others. And so each year we've been able to hand out some cash sort of awards to students who display that leadership and empowerment of other people. So it's kind of a neat way to recognize some kids that might not be recognized either academically or athletically, right? So it's important to us to be able to do that. We support the You Matter campaign. So I don't know if you're aware of how this started, but one of the staff members from the elementary school lost her son to suicide about 3 years ago. And this was a reaction from that loss, where one of the other staff members created the You Matter logo. And so you'll often see my staff or myself wearing the You Matter swag. And I have to say, these shirts really spark conversation. Many people will say, where did you get that? Or what does it mean, right? And the semicolon really represents like there's more to your story. So when you're struggling, don't give up, because this is not the end. And we just really like to use it. And it's funny because we have students who have taken this on at the high school as part of a leadership project. It's just something that has a ripple effect. It's not just us that takes the lead on this, but it definitely starts a really difficult conversation, right? And so you will see us promoting this. We also offer staff wellness and professional development to teachers and EA staff. Just talking about how they can promote wellness in themselves and in their students, practicing gratefulness, mindfulness, things like that. I'm hoping this works because it's very cool. It's something that maybe you've listened to it. I'm going to try and play it. I don't know. Like I said, this could be one of those situations where it's like, not today, Raylan. But it's one of the radio ads. We have several radio ads where we took students down to the radio station and they pre-recorded a number of different ads that promote mental health and wellness. So they play every day on our local radio station at 11 o'clock. So let's just see if I'm able to play this and if you can hear it. I can see you, Heather, And if you could give me a thumbs up if you can't, or if you're frozen. Councillor Bennett, I can also see you. Can you hear this? Can you see it?
Not Voel, no,
No?
no.
Raylan, you
I'll
may have
send
to,
it,
sorry, Raylan, you may have to stop your share. And when you share screen, there's a little click box that says share computer sound. If you do that, you should be able to share the sound.
Would that be under advanced?
No, just go share screen again. And then when it's asking you to pick which screen, there's a little checkbox at the bottom that says share computer sound as well.
Oh, got it.
There you go.
See, there you go. Thank you. Okay, let's try again. Give me a thumbs up again.
Now, because your mental health matters, here is a mental health moment brought to you by students from Chinook Sedge School Division and the Youth Empowerment and Support Team.
Asking for help can be hard. Sometimes when I struggle in math, I feel uncomfortable asking for help. I feel like I'm the only person who doesn't understand, and it makes me feel awkward and even stupid.
What I've learned is that I'm not alone. When I ask for help, I learn that I'm not the only one who struggles, and there is help available.
It's no different with our mental health. None of us are superhuman. We all sometimes get tired or overwhelmed by how we feel when things go wrong. Sometimes we can even feel sad or worried when we don't have a reason to. If things are getting too much for you and you feel like you can't cope, ask for help. You are not alone, and there is help available.
1 in 5 of us will be impacted by a mental health challenge at some point in our lives. Ask for help because your mental health matters.
So again, there's several different recordings that will play weekdays at 11 o'clock. I'm not sure that this is going to work, but I will try it. I wanted to just share with you some of the different activities. You can go on our Facebook page under the Youth Empowerment and Support Program. But I really just wanted to highlight, COVID was really difficult for us because we're normally in front of kids, right? Like that's so important for us, is to have that relationship, that face-to-face connection. And so that was changing everything that we knew and understood once we weren't able to see kids, and that changed so quickly for us last year. So what my team did was they came up with ways to connect over social media. So this is just one of the responses that we did. And I'm not going to go into this in detail, but I kind of just wanted you to have a sense of the number of different posts that we made on our Facebook page. And we did a number of different themes like Storytime Tuesday, Free Time Friday, where they would show how to do a craft with very simple items around the house, things like that. So, and Movement Monday, maybe it was one of my favorite, where they would just get silly and dance or do some type of like yoga or Tabata. Just trying to get engagement with kids in as many different ways as possible. So you can look back here and kind of see how we were able to manage that relationship with kids. What we also did was created our own Google Classrooms. So we had 2 streams. One is we continued on with our universal programming. So we would go into the, like, I'm not sure how familiar you are with how things changed for students, but all the classes went online into their own little Google Classroom. So let's just say that my daughter was in grade 7. She had her own Google Classroom with her homeroom class. My staff would then go into each of those classrooms to continue offering universal programming. But then we were really concerned about the kids that were referred to us through targeted programming, because we knew that they were already vulnerable, that they were already marginalized and maybe struggling. So we created our own Google clubs, I guess you would call them, where we invited all of the students that would have been in our targeted programs to take part in weekly activities. So that would have, they got very creative, my staff, in terms of coming up with online games that could be played. A lot of research had to happen very quickly about what is out there. Now it seems so easy, but at the time, none of us were familiar with how to do that. So we still maintained our contact with our youth by offering those targeted clubs online, and they would just sign in. It was after school and they would take part, or we would still join them in their universal classroom and we would continue. We changed some of the programs because so much of it is activity based. We had to modify it, but the content remained the same. This is just an example of, we did summer pop-up activities. So we did pop up in the park where they had like scavenger hunt games, art, anybody walking by could have taken part. We always had to follow like the COVID guidelines and things like that. But this was the only way that we could connect with. We didn't have access to any indoor space last year. We weren't allowed in the schools. There was no public space that was allowing anybody in. So really, we're very thankful to have had Centennial Park last year because it's a high traffic zone, and we were able to offer several pop-ups, which I would say they were very successful. We had a lot of students asking when they could come back, and outside of these dates on our targeted groups, we would invite the kids down to their own special sort of pop-up in the park, because we could only at that point have up to 15 participants. So we wanted to make sure that they still had their own programming that they needed. I just wanted to share this. This is the big picture. We have a very exciting opportunity this year to be able to expand with the support of the Chinook Sedge School Division and other local FCSS contributions to every community within the Chinook Sedge School Division. So like I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, we were in a select few communities, but next year, starting in the fall, our impact will be just over 8,000 youth. We're going to be in 26 different schools, 13 communities, and I'll have 11 success coaches hired to be able to offer mental health programming to youth. All right, I will stop sharing. And this is sort of where, if you have any questions, you can ask.
Thank you, Raylene, for a wonderful presentation. And we always learn something when we have our delegations come, and what a positive, wonderful programming that you do with your team.
Thank you.
First up is Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett, and thank you, Raylene, for this wonderful presentation. It's so great to see such a positive use of Facebook through your Facebook page, and a great use of social media and positive engagements. I think is really wonderful. But I believe that it was your Headstrong Mental Health Summit that I attended about a year and a half ago. It was in January, I think, of 2020. Was that when it was?
Was it at the Zion Church in Didsbury?
No, it was at the high school.
That would have been our Dots Day wellness event, I believe.
Oh, okay. Anyway, that was, I couldn't, sorry, I apologize. It was so long ago. I couldn't remember what it was I had attended. But anyway, that was a very good day, very emotional day, and I was very impressed with how well it was organized and the participation of all the students. So
Yes.
This program goes in the right direction because it really does give the children the empowerment to feel like they belong.
Yes,
It was a very
and
good
I should have
program.
mentioned that. I'm glad you brought that up, because when we organized Dots Day, the students, the amount of work that goes on the back end of something like that, they actually worked alongside with the family school wellness worker, and they planned the meal, they made the meal like under all the guidelines that are required, but they did all the work behind the scenes, and the empowerment for kids to see a day like that is just so cool, because they can see that they make a difference, right?
Right. Yeah, that's right. That was very good. Thank you. Thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Councillor Harper.
Thank you very much, and thanks, Raylene, for your wonderful presentation. I know that the YES program has had a positive impact, not just on the students within the community of Olds, but also with families in the community as a whole. Just a question about your new You Matter shirts. It would be really nice if that you could make them available for sale for other people.
You know what? I agree. So we partner with that in the sense that we help promote it, but it's not necessarily ours to own. And so what we do is when they are available, Digger Sports has sort of taken on they open up for mass orders. So you can't just walk in, unfortunately, and buy one. I wish we could do that, but it just doesn't seem to work. But when they are taking in orders, we promote it through our social media accounts so that people are aware that they're available for purchase. I wish it was something that was more available. Yeah.
That's great. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Well, thank you for your presentation. I'll seek a motion, please. Councillor Overwater, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. Yes, I would like to thank Raylene for her great presentation on the Youth Empowerment and Support Program. I can see you're very, very passionate, and that's what this program really needs. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you again. And I will, if there are no further questions or concerns, I'll call for the vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you again. And we wish you well, and we wish COVID was over in a hurry as well.
Me
so
too.
kids can get back to attending the wonderful programs. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Great. Next up, we have pages 30 through 40, and item 4C is Olds and District Hospice Society Club presentation, and it's their annual report. Who will introduce?
I think it's still Heather Dixon.
Yeah,
So,
that's
Heather.
correct. So next we have Mary Smith, who's the Executive Director of the Olds District Hospice Society. They also received funds from FCSS from the town of Olds this year. So Mary, if you are on, you have the stage.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to present our annual report. Really enjoyed hearing Jason Jaffrey speak about his business, and also Raylene. I know my kids have benefited from the YES program. Got 4 that went through the school system here, so they really enjoyed it. And I'll share my screen here, and then we'll just get the PowerPoint up, and then we'll go through it. I'll try to keep it to 10 minutes, but we'll see how it goes. Can everyone see the PowerPoint slide on here?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm just going to talk about the Olds District Hospice Society. We're just going to go over our mission, some information. We'll go over some client statistics, and we'll talk about from 2011 till now. We'll go over some of our 2020 highlights and our 2021 progress, talk about industry trends a little bit, and some challenges and opportunities that we've had since the COVID pandemic. So our mission is to provide quality, compassionate care in a home-like setting for those facing death by offering physical, psychological, emotional, spiritual, educational support to the individuals, their families, and the community at end of life and during bereavement. We have 5 core values that we're centered around: compassion, confidentiality, dignity, volunteerism, and community. I know you can probably have already read while I was reading on there, so I won't read every single sentence on that one. Our core value statements are that we are committed to compassionate care for all. We are committed to promoting confidential, compassionate care and support for their dying, their family, and friends. We believe in confidentiality. We will operate with integrity and in a cooperative manner to promote good stewardship of society resources. We believe in the dignity for the dying, encompasses respect for life until a natural death. We are a community-based society with a focus on open communication and respect for the individual rights and freedoms. Our 7 pillars are: we provide a contact base, not only for our community, but we also mentor other hospice societies that are just getting started with their programs. We're an information base for anything involving palliative care, end of life, NAV care, bereavement, as well as support hospice societies throughout BC and Alberta. Our volunteers are a huge part of our society. We have 75 volunteers in total. We offer a bereavement support program, which is growing steadily. I think a lot of people are feeling a lot of losses in this last year. Communication and advocacy. We really do advocate for the individuals throughout the healthcare system, just making sure their voices are heard. Our suites that we have at Seasons Encore, where we're in a tri-partnership with Alberta Health Services, Seasons Encore, and the Society. And our most recent pillar is NAV Care Support. And that program acts like a friendly neighbor, going out and helping people that are feeling isolated, that have been diagnosed with a chronic illness. I won't read all of our board members, but we have an amazing board, and most recently, Harvey Walsh is our society president of this year. These are our statistics from the time of the inception up until 2021. As you can see, our society has had a lot of growth, especially in the last couple of years. This year in our hospice suites, we've already served 9 people. In other years in total, we've sometimes only had 9 people through our hospice suites. In 2020, we served a total of 79 clients throughout all of our programs. And this year we've already served 74. So our society is growing and we're getting out there and we're supporting more people. Greatly thanks to our amazing volunteers. On our 2020 year recap, we have had 2 really skilled bereavement facilitators, and they put together an isolation workbook. It's been really beneficial through COVID times to have that workbook so people can work through it with their families. Kathy Kemery and Carmel Maloney have also offered 8-week sessions so that they can go through that workbook and just help people with their mental health move along. Our bereavement groups and our one-on-one sessions have mainly switched to online, which has been a journey for sure, because in person, you're able to pick up on a lot more body cues and just feel that emotion from people, but we've worked through that. Our volunteers have been phoning our clients on the phone, through text, FaceTime. So we're still getting out there to help those people feeling isolated, feel like they have a friend to talk to. And we've switched to online training for our volunteers, which is great in one way. It's a bit of a time saver for our volunteers, but we're still missing that in person. And our events, especially our Hike for Hospice, switched to virtual. It was quite successful last year. And this year we've actually raised more than we ever have for hospice through volunteers. So that was pretty successful for us. In 2020, we served 10 hospice clients in the suites. We had 18 that were served at the home, which is an increase, of course. People are just wanting to stay home a little more. We had 30 bereavement clients and 26 NAV care. Our volunteers in 2020, we had 74, with 48 that have been trained either in palliative care, bereavement, or NAV care. And then we have, we have 26 that support us in a variety of different ways, whether that's sitting on our boards and committees or administration or financial support. And we had last year 2,400 volunteer hours. You'll notice the picture here last year, our volunteers had gathered and they just did some hopeful signs. I know the mayor came and stopped by and joined us and said hello, so we appreciated that support there. And 2021 this year, as I had just mentioned before, we have served 9 clients already in the suites. We have a waiting list right now of 6 clients that are looking to access the suites, and we have 3 additional clients being supported at home. So a total of 18 hospice clients at the moment. Given this increased demand and having people waiting to get into the suites, we may look at adding on an additional suite. And our bereavement and NAV care programs have also seen a steady growth. You'll see in the picture over here, this is our hospice client that's currently in the suites. His name is Fred, and he's enjoying the Google Duo right now. We had an individual in the community raise funds for hospice so that we were able to install these devices in both of our suites. We supported her father through hospice last year, and she thought that the ability for hospice clients to video call, listen to music on command would just be a wonderful thing, and it has been. I know our clients right now, especially Fred, said that he thinks it's a gift sent from the heavens. So she was right on that one. We've also had virtual reality glasses that are now available for our hospice clients. This means is they're laying in their beds and they would like to go to Italy, Argentina, Africa. We can take them there in the comfort of their own bed. On the horizon for the Hospice Society, we're looking at hiring a part-time volunteer coordinator to keep up with our increased demand. We have a new butterfly release event coming up in July. This is where individuals or family members purchase a butterfly that they're ordered in, and we release them in memory of a loved one. We've incorporated a memorial ceremony online for our hospice clients yearly that will be available in February. And we're looking at upgrading the 2 hospice beds that are currently in the suites. There's some more comfortable beds out there. So we're looking at possibly adding that into our capital budget in the next couple of years. This is our business plan. As you can see, we've been checking off our list here. So far in 2021, we've had 1,500 volunteer hours that have already been contributed. $30,000 has already been raised from the Hike for Hospice. And we've completed 2 volunteer training groups. And our hospice suites have had a 95% occupancy rate this year, which is up about 50% from last year. Also in the past year, the board developed a standalone committee to just research the long-term needs of hospice palliative support in the Olds area. So they're currently doing an environmental assessment. The Hospice Society has received an increase in referrals from healthcare partners, and we continue to work with Alberta Health to identify and support individuals in need. And again, we're looking at hiring that part-time volunteer coordinator to help grow our services and programs. Our industry trends is basically that more people are needing to access hospice palliative care. We have a growing aging population. So for the foreseeable future, we are going to see an increase in needed supports at home, in the hospital, in hospice suites, and programs that are helping people navigate their way through the healthcare system. Some challenges that we've had in the past year is learning new technologies, just learning to connect with our clients and volunteers in a different capacity, raising funds for operations with the economy downturn. We've had some volunteers retention issues just because people are a little bit scared. They're wanting to stay home more. They're not comfortable with technology. We've seen a really big increase in the mental health of our clients and hopelessness. So we're just trying to support them. And of course, the poor economy is just contributing to having a harder time raising funds for operations. But some of these challenges are also opportunities. So streamlining our operations and donations via technology, just as we were saying, we did raise more through the Hike for Hospice, being able to offer it in a virtual capacity. We are able to reach more people through technology and more often. And our growth of our NavCare program is helping more people. We are having younger volunteers that are wanting to sign up because we just live in this amazing community that has a huge heart and is wanting to support people. So we have lost some volunteers, but we've also gained some volunteers. We've done more online fundraising, and we are seeing that we're reaching individuals earlier in their palliative journey. And just to kind of finish off here, the Olds and District Hospice Society is honored to be able to serve our clients, families, and our community at large. We are grateful for all of the businesses, individuals, government bodies, municipalities, foundations, and our dedicated volunteers that support us in our journey to assist individuals and families in need. Alone, we can do so little. Together, we can do so much. By Helen Keller. Here's just some of our pictures from the last year. We had, we'll basically do anything for our hospice clients. So the one gentleman really wanted a visit with a duck. So we have him here with a duck. And then we have a picture from our Hike for Hospice this year, our Hike for Hospice last year. Hildebrand Motors had donated quite a few masks to the society for our volunteers and staff. New to You supported us through a donation, and we had the opportunity to have MLA Dan Williams tour our suites. And thank you so much. We are done. And if you have any questions, just please let me know.
Thank you very much, Ms. Smith, and congratulations on a very successful year and all the kindness and goodness of your hearts through the volunteers and everyone working for such a worthy cause. We are very appreciative. First up will be Councillor Overwater, then Harper.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. Ms. Smith, do the hospice suites, are they still no charge to the people going into them, or have you started, charging a nominal fee to access the hospice rooms?
They are 100% no charge to the client and families that access them.
Thank you.
Councillor Harper.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Smith. In reference to clients served and volunteers, could you provide a breakdown by community? What is the percentage from the other communities of your clients and your volunteers, in addition to the rural Mountain View County area?
We definitely do capture that data and statistics. I don't have it in front of me right now, but I'd be happy to send it to Heather Dixon so that she could distribute that among the council members if that would be appropriate.
Thank you very much.
That would be great. Thanks.
That'd be great. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Bennett. I'd just also like to thank Mrs. Smith or Ms. Smith for her presentation. It was very, very informative and detailed and very appreciated. And big kudos to yourself and the many volunteers that walk with people at such sensitive times in their lives. Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. I just wanted to ask Ms. Smith if you could tell me, you were talking about adding a third bed, and where would you be looking at adding it in the same building, or you're looking to go elsewhere? Like I know it's Olds and District, so District would implies that it might be outside of Olds. So I'm just wondering if that's what you're planning on doing in the future. And also I want to thank you for your presentation. It was very good.
We're looking, currently our standalone committee is looking at different opportunity and options, how to offer that as economically as possible. So we are looking, of course, we'll talk to Seasons because we already have the 2 suites there, but we also have Mountain View Senior Housing in town that we might talk with them, and possibly we do have a lot of people needing hospice palliative support in the Didsbury area, and they do have a facility out there. So we might consider renting a suite there and just having it in a different town as well. So we haven't made any firm decisions. We're just in preliminary conversations with those different entities right now.
Great. Anything further? If nothing, then I would seek a motion, please. Our Mayor Mazichka, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Smith. You and your band of volunteers do incredible work in our community. And like Councillor Thompson said, it's a very, very difficult time in people's lives, and the support you offer is just invaluable. So thank you for your presentation. And it's with pleasure that I move that we accept the Olds and District Hospice Society's annual report.
Thank you. And I will call for the vote. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. We will have a 10-minute break after we finish with 4D, Family and Community Support Services Annual Report. And is that Ms. Dixon? Go ahead, please.
All right, thank you. Okay, so it was great to hear from some of our FCSS funded groups today, and we will bring more to you, I believe, in September. But right now, let's turn our attention to our FCSS and what we do here in the town of Olds. All right, so next slide. All right, so what is FCSS? It's just a little reminder for us all that Family and Community Support Services is a unique 80-20 funding partnership between the Government of Alberta and participating municipalities or Métis settlements. Provincially, the FCSS program receives its mandate from the Family and Community Support Services Act and Regulations. Next slide. Family and Community Support Services has a philosophy under which local people are influencers, and we support them to be that. We encourage innovation among our community members. Citizen participation, self-help, and volunteerism are important to FCSS, and as well as human growth and potential that are enhanced. Next slide, please. All right, eligible programs and services, so things that we can fund as an FCSS group, may include initiatives or programs that help communities identify their social needs and develop responses, promote, encourage, and support volunteer work in our community, inform the public about local services, support children and their families' social development, help families enrich and strengthen family life and function more effectively in their own environment, and enhance retired and semi-retired people's quality of life. Some of the ineligible programs and services are things that are only focused on individuals' leisure or recreational needs, providing an individual or a family with basic living supports such as money, food, clothing, or shelter. Programs that are focused only on rehabilitation, or duplicate services that are already provided by the government or a government agency. So those are things that we cannot fund. Next, you'll see a graph of our 2013 to 2020 allocations out to our community groups that apply for funding. And interestingly, in 2020, we entered a 3-year funding cycle with the province, which was new. It will conclude at the end of 2022. And the idea behind this was to help stabilize funding for our recipients of our grants. Next slide, I'd like to point out an error when I was going through this. I noticed that the HOPE group had put in here twice. The HOPE at the bottom, that's $4,000, did not get deleted properly from the first graph. So I apologize for that. So you can scratch that one out. The correct amount for 2020 for the HOPE group was indeed $3,500, bringing our total to $95,666. Some internal programs that we run here at the Town of Olds are, we have a contract with a local counselor for subsidized counseling. Our Great Neighbors program, which we'll talk about a little bit more on one of the next slides. We do home care with a contract with a group in Olds, as well as we do our Seniors Week, and I see volunteer appreciation was not on there. So we also do that. You may add that if you'd like. Our Great Neighbors program had to do a bit of a shift for this last year for COVID-19, as many of our FCSS funded programs did. The Great Neighbors program administered projects such as the isolation check-in, drive-by celebrations. We worked in cooperation with our municipal enforcement, a winter escape room to help people have something to do over the Christmas break. I actually attended that as a participant with a couple of our staff members to try it out and work out any kinks that might be there. And it was very well done. That was put together by Nicole Carmichael. We did a Christmas light tour, which people in our community were very excited about and loved that there was a map that people could do drive-bys and share some Christmas cheer. There was a pumpkin carving contest that we did virtually. Fun Around Town Thursdays. You can see a picture there of our Thoughtful Thursday. On the left-hand side, people dressed up, dancing outside of someone's house with Oliver, just sharing some cheer to our neighbors and being thoughtful of others. Finally, Oliver was also used for a couple of other days that we did: Motivational Mondays, Transformation Tuesdays, Takeout Wednesdays, which focused on having takeout from local restaurants on Wednesdays. And finally, we did TGIF with Oliver. And we can see one of, oh, sorry, there was just a picture there of one of the drive-bys. That's good. We don't need to go back. That's, oh, there's one of our first drive-bys that we did with Officer Christensen. All right, next slide. I wanted to point out one of our groups that really had to look at producing something different. So Hope the Conversation Has to Happen has happened the last few years, and it's a one-day conference that's been held at the Pomeroy. That group of citizens who works together to bring that conference together really had to do some thinking. So these guys are a great example of changing to fit what was happening in our world. So they arranged to have radio spot interviews with speakers and articles in the local Mountain View, Albertan, in regards to mental health and suicide awareness. They actually had 5 people who contacted the Suicide Awareness Center in Red Deer looking for some help and support from those radio spots and newspaper articles. They had the radio station itself had numerous positive messages or feedback from that. Some local counselors in our area reported an increase in caseload due to the exposure of the radio and paper interviews, helping people understand where they could go to get some help. And this group actually has decided in 2021 that they're going to follow this model again, just because we don't really know what's going to happen in the fall for sure. And so they have felt that they are quite successful with this format. So they worked really hard and had a very successful outcome using the FCSS dollars and getting the word out to our community. So kudos to the Hope Group. Next, we had a new program in 2020 that was done by the Holy Trinity School, or applied, sorry, the funds were applied for by the Holy Trinity School. This program was called the Naturally Nurtured Program. It teaches skills about personal wellness and health and healthy social emotional interactions using the rabbit there on your screen, whose name is Amigo. Self-care techniques such as relaxation breathing, positive self-esteem activities were practiced and refined during activities and interactions with Amigo. Stories and crafts were also important tools that were used, and the program was brought into the grade 4 classrooms at Holy Trinity as a part of their health curriculum. So currently that is all I have for you, but certainly would love to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so very much. And we'll start with Councillor Blatz, then Overwater.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. And thank you to you, Ms. Dixon, for clarifying hope and hope on there, because that was one of my first questions that I want to say. But I just wanted to mention Seniors Week that's happening this week. And I did hear the interview this morning on the radio with Ms. Doyle, and I believe Catherine is actually listening in. And I just wanted to say a great job on the radio promoting Seniors Week and all the activities that we are allowed to do under the COVID restrictions. So I just thought that compliment should be made, and as well as it's a job well done on the Great Neighbors program to all you and your staff. It's been very well received. I've had nothing but compliments about the programming you've done under COVID. So thank you to everyone.
Thank you. Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. To Ms. Dixon, I thought in that program, in the FCSS program, teachers were able to refer students to the FCSS for financial assistance for, let's say, a little girl wants to join Girl Guides and the family doesn't have money for that, or you know, a little boy wants to join Scouts or something, and the family doesn't have money for that. Is this a different program that I'm thinking of? Can you clarify that for me?
Certainly, yeah. You're thinking of the Jumpstart program that's in partnership with Canadian Tire. And we take applications. We help people fill out the applications for those. Val Norrie, who's our booking attendant, is currently the one who's responsible for that program. That is very different than FCSS.
Do we ever get a presentation of that? Is that something council would get a presentation on or not?
Well, we can.
I don't know.
Yeah, we could certainly inform council about the program itself, but we wouldn't. I'm not sure that we have the ability to release numbers and such of people that are accessing that in Olds, just due to it being a Canadian Tire program. So I'd have to do some more looking into that.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't want that information, but I wanted the information so that, you know, if there are families, like maybe they're listening today or they, whatever, I just wanted that information out there, because I was a little confused, because I thought FCSS originally did that. Did they not?
No, FCSS has never done Jumpstart, just because it is, like I said, a Canadian Tire program, and it is also recreational based, and FCSS funds cannot be used for recreational based programming. But where the confusion might come in is that we did at one point have facilitators who supported people in writing those applications, and that's maybe where some of that confusion is. And now currently, as far as I understand, the applications are done mostly online now, and we really don't have a lot to do with it on our end. There are a few that still come in, but it's mostly online, and we encourage people to do that.
Is that publicized through the schools?
Pardon me?
Is that publicized through the schools?
The schools are aware of it. The family school wellness workers often refer people over, and we have quite a good connection with the Brownies Guides Scouts. They often will refer people, and some of the minor sports do as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that.
Councillor Harper, then Thompson.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Dixon. I guess perhaps the best way to explain FCSS funding, it is preventative funding to prevent things from going bad. And I believe in reference to Jumpstart, pretty well every organization that is involved with children or students is aware that Jumpstart is available for people that need that program. Am I correct?
You're correct, yes.
Okay. So thank you very much for your presentation. And we look forward to more things happening with CSS over the year.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. To Ms. Dixon, Mrs. Dixon, there may be other groups out there in the community that have ideas. How does one go ahead and make an application to FCSS? And is that something that we want to promote?
So we do have an FCSS page on our website, and every year we update the application. The applications are usually due around the end of October. We encourage people to watch our website for that date, as we do a joint application process with Mountain View County FCSS and the other groups in our region, the other FCSS groups in our region. We also make sure that we put it in the newspaper. And if people ever have questions or they're not quite clear on the FCSS funding model, they're welcome to contact us at the Town of Olds in Community Services, and we're happy to help them walk through that.
Thanks.
Very good. Thank you very much. Anything further? Seeing none, I would seek a motion, please. Councillor Platts.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. I move that we accept the FCSS report for information, and I want to thank Ms. Dixon for her presentation today on behalf of council.
Great, thank you. Anything further? Questions, concerns? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous and carried. Thank you very much. And so we will break for 10 minutes, and we'll see you back at 3:05. And thank you very much. Next up on the agenda, number 5 is business arising from minutes or any unfinished business. Am I seeing any hands? I am not. So we'll carry on with number 6, pages 54 through 82. It's 6A, bylaw 2021-09, community standards. And who will speak to this?
I will hand it off to Director Andrew to introduce staff, Sergeant Christensen.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Council. Your Worship, presented today, Sergeant Christensen has the proposed amendments to Community Services Bylaw. This came from the desire to update language and incorporate minor changes that we've seen arise out of housekeeping and or with the recent changes such as with the chicken amendment, that this cleans it up and provides a better document for us to have as a standard and to enforce for our enforcement officers. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to Sergeant Christensen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Andrew, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor, Council. As I've put out in front of you, I have amended the Community Standards Bylaw as per request from Council, as Director Andrew had stated. I'm not sure if you guys have had a chance to go through it, but I'm willing to answer any questions that you have in regards to that.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Seeing none, I would need. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Whose hands did I not see? First, Ryan. Councillor Ryan, you go.
It was slow.
I think actually, Deputy Mayor Bennett, you missed everybody's hand because everybody's looking.
Okay, so I apologize because I was probably writing notes and I'm very sorry. So who was first? Were you?
I don't know.
Yeah, it was Councillor Ryan was the first, and then I think Mr. Merritt.
Okay, Councillor Ryan
I
and
would-
then CAO Merritt.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. I think I would be fine with allowing Mr. Mayor to proceed. Thank you. And then
All
I-
right.
Yeah, I would think it would be good if Barry could go through the main changes. There's some housekeeping. I don't think we need to concentrate on that, but some of the more significant changes such as ice rinks and things of that nature, it might be good to walk us through it and then focus the discussion on those items as opposed to at all, because a lot of the changes are changing to numbering and things of that nature, which we really don't need to focus on.
No.
Just those few items that really have come about over the past 6 months to a year that we are looking at making adjustments to. So Eric, if you don't mind, that would probably be a good way to lead us through it and then have questions afterwards.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, CAO Merritt. So a couple of the changes that I did make in regards to requests from council is we did add in ice rinks. Now, I did a lot of research and there's not a lot of bylaws in regard to ice rinks in Canada, surprisingly enough. So we kind of just started out with some of the basics that I found throughout the province and out throughout Canada with requirements for the ice rinks. So we basically had just said that that the walls could be no greater than 12 inches from the ground, and that no person shall install solid backstops or puck stops, and nets must be installed and must follow the land use bylaw, and that no person shall install lighting to affect the neighboring properties, and that no person shall allow noise from the rinks as per section 3.9 and 3.10 of the community standards bylaw. The other request that came forward was in regards to our graffiti. So biggest issue was graffiti in the wintertime and having it removed within the 72 hours. The problem with that, of course, is it works best when it's 10 degrees or warmer. So how we came about this was changing it that if it's below 10 degrees Celsius, that the graffiti must be temporarily blocked from public view within 72 hours until the removal can be done at a proper temperature. This can be done by black plastic or a tarp or something just to cover it up until we can have it removed. The other thing that we added that would make it a little easier for enforcement to enforce was house numbering. Although house numbering is covered a little bit in the land use bylaw, it doesn't really give us the authority to make someone put their numbers on their property, especially if the property has been around for a while. It seems to have fallen off, removed, or gets overgrown by vegetation. So we just said that all house numbers must have a number on it and be visible from the street and cannot be obscured by any vegetation. So this affects and helps both municipal enforcement, the fire department, RCMP, and EMS for emergency situations. The next is we went into the animal requirements. We basically took and changed consolidated dogs and cats into animals, which made it easier for us to enforce. It just made it a little more clear that a cat or a dog is an animal, and just made it a little bit easier for us to enforce. Much of the animal control portion of the community standards bylaw is what we already had in place. Just reworded it a little bit better for ease of enforcement and for ease of the residents to understand it. There is a couple changes, and I'll just give me 1 second and I'll just find it. Section 6.28 was added into the bylaw, was not covered in the previous bylaw. And this is securing animals in the vehicles.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so under the Traffic Safety Act, anything in the back of a box of a truck, if it's not secured as per the requirements, becomes an unsecured load. And that's essentially, if it can move front or back, up or down, or side to side, is considered unsecured. So what we did was we said that that the animal must be in a kennel if it's in the back of a moving vehicle, or if it is in there without a kennel, it has to be tethered with a tether that cannot allow the animal to jump over the side or fall. As well, it can't be on the bare metal for heat and pause, and because there's no grip for the animals to hold themselves in place. The other thing that I added in there was the communicable diseases in section 0.630 wasn't really dealt with in the previous bylaw. So one of the major changes that I changed when it came to animals is I changed them into two different formats. One is a nuisance animal and one is a vicious animal. So a nuisance being your normal animal that would bark and chase people and just, for first defense type things, that's considered a nuisance animal, where of course a vicious dog would be one that bites or attacks people, other animals, or wildlife. So one of the things I did add into here as well is a few things. We added bees in here, that we're not allowed to have bees in town. Pigeons is another one that seems to be a big issue in the communities, with people having pigeons and then letting them go and not coming home, and they just let them be. I added in a section called prohibited animals, and that's where we get into the bees and other types of animals, and we listed those out in Schedule D. And I know when you look at Schedule D, there's quite a list of animals that are prohibited, such as elephants, alligators, and those kinds of things. You might think it's funny, but if it's not in there, then it allows it. So
yeah, exactly.
So we did add those things in there. So we had to do just a little bit of a word change on section 6.62. And that was part of the chicken ones, where the previous amendment that you guys made, it did say that you were allowed to not sell any byproducts of a chicken. So we had to change that you could not sell manure, meat, or other products except the eggs derived from the urban hen. So it was just a little housekeeping item on that one. The vicious animals was just it stayed pretty much the same, just a little bit more in-depth wording for ease of understanding for the residents and for the enforcement officers. The 6.78 was the aggression scale. This is a scale that's used universally in a lot of municipalities on when you, that would be Schedule E, I believe. So this is the Dr. Ian Dunbar's aggressive scale. And so if I turn around and say to another officer, it was a level 1 under the aggression scale, they would know that it was lunges or growls or whatever. If it was a level 4, then it's a different type of, it's multiple bites. And level 6 would be the actual death or of an animal. The reason why it makes it easier for if we have to go to court, we can present the judge with the scale, and this is how we determine the viciousness of the animal. And then we did, on section 7.9, we just had to change a few wordings in that, just for section numbers to fall under our new community standards bylaw. And then the rest of it would be the Schedule A's, would be the fine amounts. One thing that we did remove out of the whole community standards bylaw was the in lieu of. So normally, if it was paid within 21 days, we would charge half price. Upon discussion with the executive, I said that the way we do business and should be doing business in the town of Olds when it comes to enforcement is we should be looking at education and compliance first. And then if that doesn't result in it changing, then we could go to straight to a fine. The other reason I changed it was because once the electronic ticketing comes in phase 4 and 5, that they wouldn't be able to do that through the court systems if we had to do it in lieu of. One of the other things I did change as well is the on section or Schedule G is we made a universal type sign that has to be made available to or would be required for anybody that has a vicious animal. That way it would be a universal. It's not a dog keep out or beware of dog. It has to be one of our signs that then we can acknowledge that way. And while we're out enforcing it or patrolling, we can see which dogs have them. I think that kind of sums up some of the changes. There's a lot in there. It's fairly lengthy, but it just makes it a little bit more enforceable for us in the field.
Thank you very much. Anything that helps your position move forward with this is very important. Could someone please remind me? I believe we began a discussion on beekeeping and having only one hive. Did we end that discussion, and are we bringing it back at some point? Who might speak to that?
Councillor Bennett, could we just start at the page 56 and just go through each page?
Okay, sure.
Would that be okay with rest of council so that we're kind of not skipping all over? Because I know we probably all have different questions.
Yeah. Okay.
That would be okay with everyone.
Yes. I don't see any negative signs. Go ahead. We'll start then at 55, 56. All right, Councillor Overwater.
Mr. Merritt, were you going to say something?
I was. I believe we did have a discussion since bees are on page 55, or the definition of bee is there. I thought what I thought we had discussed is this is already covered under provincial legislation. And I know at the time Director Wagstaff was responsible, so I'm not sure if Director Andrew was part of that discussion. Can you recall, Doug, that situation?
Yes, that when we did the research into it, there was a number of ways it could be approached. One is you regulate something as a municipality, or you leave it as is and allow the Bee Act to regulate what is the activity that would be within your municipality. Then we did in the consultation that we did, there was one question within the survey that was asked, what do you think the town's approach to beekeeping should be? And at that point in time, there was a response of 19% felt it should be prohibited. 7 were undecided. 27% felt the town should do some further licensing or permitting, and 47% felt the provincial regulations should just be the regulations. So that was the feedback from the community. So at this point in time, currently as it exists, we don't have any regulations within beekeeping.
So if someone comes forward, then we would rely on the Bee Act.
What is the Bee Act?
It is the legislation the province has for all beekeepers across the province, whether they're urban or rural.
What is it? Like, does that mean that somebody in the town could not have a beehive? Like, what is the Bee Act to say?
I honestly myself haven't reviewed it in a long time because it's something I haven't had to deal with, but I'd have to review it, and I can make a response back to council at a later date via email.
We do have beehives in town. We do. So
Can I speak to it? What it means is that we don't have any specific reference to it in our bylaws. It means that it is governed by provincial legislation and would have to follow that legislation specifically. So if you want to have a beehive, you do have to follow specifics, which is a provincial authority in regards to it.
Okay, thank you. Up next was Councillor Overwater. Have you asked?
Well, okay, I want to go back to this Bee Act thing here.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, if someone has some beehives and there is a complaint about a beehive, and we send Sergeant Christensen over, or Joe, our other guy. Sorry, I'm not sure what he is. Is he a corporal or what is he? Anyway, okay. So if he's sent over, is there a certificate that these people would have to produce to say, you know what, we're following the Bee Act, here's my certificate, and then the resident carries on their happy way, and our Sergeant Christensen carries on his happy way, and we just tell the complainant that they're following the Bee Act? Is that what will transpire?
Yeah. Essentially, yes. I mean, if someone has bees, I would have to do some research. I just pulled it up really quick, but I haven't had a chance to read it yet. So.
Okay, that's okay, Sergeant Christensen. Thanks.
Councillor Harper.
Well, thank you. Actually, the pages that are on our screen at 50%, I know that I'm going blind, but I think a lot of other people are too. So nobody can read that. Just thought I'd let you know. The other part about this bee business, either we should have it in our bylaws that beekeepers are allowed or whatever, or they're not in the town of Wolves, because we've just gone through a chicken bylaw thing where lots of people had chickens, whether they were allowed or not. And I don't want beehives popping up all over town just because they can go through the Alberta Bee Act and we can't do anything about it. So either we make a decision, no, or limit them. So I was not aware that people are raising bees in town.
There are a couple, I do know of some, but you know, I think even Red Deer has a bylaw concerning that, and you're only allowed one hive. CAO Merritt?
We did not contemplate discussing the bee situation here. Sergeant Christensen brought what we had heard over the last number of months in regards to things. We certainly will further investigate that situation of whether you want to exclude bees from happening or limiting them. It'd be much like the chicken scenario. Otherwise, they are covered under the provincial legislation. So I don't think we have enough information to have that discussion right at this time. So, and it wasn't contemplated to be discussed at this area. So it is something we can bring forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harper? No, sorry, Councillor Overwater.
I think Councillor Blatz is.
I can't see.
And Councillor Thompson are ahead of me. I've spoken a bit.
I apologize, I can't see.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. On page 56, 3.5C removal works best at 10 degrees Celsius or warmer, which I totally agree, Sergeant Christensen. I mean, but it also has to be 10 degrees or warmer during the night as well for paint to often take. Now, all graffiti must be temporarily blocked from public view within 72 hours. Even in the dead of winter, for somebody to tape plastic over a situation may be difficult to accomplish You know, and I don't think we can expect our businesses to start, you know, drilling holes into the side of a concrete building to cover some of the graffiti. So I think, you know, that in itself might present a challenge. I have no issues with saying that it should be covered within 72 hours. But I mean, we still have some graffiti downtown. I don't think that's even been dealt with yet. That's on the side of buildings. So, and still some of our power boxes and stuff too. I happened to notice just the other day. No, I haven't looked recently, but I think that might present a problem, you know, trying to get it. If it's a week like it was in February and it's 42 below, even duct tape's not going to stick to a building. So, I mean, this might present a challenge in itself too. I think we need to be aware of that.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, no different than the ones that we had to deal with in the winter, is that we're willing to work with people. You know, if it is 40 below, we understand that. You know, I reviewed a lot of bylaws throughout the province of Alberta, including Edmonton, Calgary. They really didn't talk about, they just basically said it has to be removed. It didn't really give any options. How they deal with it again is by municipality. I thought this would be at least a starting point for us to discuss the graffiti and how we can deal with it. And just as a side note, I do have our summer student who has been very diligently going from power box to power box, and TELUS actually was here on Saturday and cleaned up all their boxes. So it is happening.
Perfect. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Okay, is my assumption next Councillor Thompson was? Yeah. Go ahead, Councillor Thompson.
This is Councillor Bennett. So my question is more to the group. I mean, one of my concerns with this bylaw, the way it's coming forward, is we seem to be becoming very much a keep them out kind of a municipality when we continue to create more and more and more restrictions. Any animal that is not licensed, period, is not allowed in the town of Olds. And we're getting down to genus and species on selection of whole categories of animals. For example, the green iguana, you can buy them at pet stores, yet they're not allowed in the town of Olds. You can have an ice rink and you can have a net stop, but not more than a 12-inch wall. I think we're getting really, really detailed here, and I'm not sure if we are acting as complaint driven as we initially started out years ago. And so I just throw that caution right off the start.
Any further hands up? I'm not.
You got Councillor Ryan and then Harper and then Overwater.
Okay, Councillor Ryan, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. I can understand you missing everybody because we're all over the place, I'm sure. I do think that this has become very restrictive, and I think itemizing specific animals is ridiculous. Putting an elephant on the list is just ludicrous to me. I think we just say anything other than a domesticated animal or a pet, something that you're going to keep as a pet. I don't think anybody's going to keep an elephant as a pet, and if they are, then that's just go to Africa or wherever or Asia, wherever they are. It's like, I don't, who would keep that in the backyard of the town of Olds? I just think it's ridiculous. I also think that when we talk about even when it comes down to house numbering, telling people that they have to put a house number on their thing, I mean, it would just be normal that you would normally do that. I don't think I want to start seeing people getting ticketed for that. And Councillor Blatz made a very, very good point with regards to this graffiti. Putting up a tarp or putting up black plastic or putting up a piece of wood over a graffiti is maybe even worse. I think we just need to put in the bylaw that people should be taking these, removing the graffiti when the weather becomes 10 degrees Celsius, daytime, evening, and above. Why can't we just say that? Why would we want to be putting up black plastic over it? It would look awful. And I just think having to cover that would just be ridiculous. That's my feeling. I think you're just gonna create even worse problem by having something like that up.
Counselor Harper, sorry.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Bennett. Just in reference to a couple of statements that have been made, we're all presuming common sense rules in our community. And often it doesn't. And just a simple thing like having in our bylaw that people should have their house numbers on their houses that can be easily read. You would presume that somebody will do that. We need to make sure it is done so that we can enforce it for it to be done, because it's not just a house number, it's for emergency services too. I've traveled to a number of communities where having such a thing as a house number as a bylaw hasn't occurred. And even in a town just to the north of us, it's pretty hard to find some houses or even some businesses for that sake. And you're right. We're all presuming that it's common sense, and common sense doesn't always prevail. That's what I'm going to say.
Thank you. CAO Merritt.
I think that was just addressed by Councillor Harper. That's what I was going to say in regards to house numbering. It's basically to identify a house very easily for anybody that needs it in an emergency situation. And it's placed there so it can be enforced. Otherwise, there may be some blockage in a number of areas that we wouldn't be able to deal with. And again, this was put in place based on a number of recommendations over the course of the last little bit. So the ice rinks, there was a situation, or at least one or two, where people were listening to loud noises throughout the day and sometimes into the late early evening. So this ice rink situation was put in place to basically deaden the sound and to hopefully eliminate any situations like this occurring into the future, because these are things that I can understand that Mr. Christensen was basically dealing with quite often last winter. So that's why it was put in place. It wasn't to basically prohibit people from doing things, but if we are to react to complaints, we have no authorities or teeth to do so, then it's basically, we'll just leave it absent and we'll have the same situation possibly occur in the next winter season.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Thompson.
I appreciate what the CEO is saying and recognize that that's a very valid point. I think where I would go in this whole debate is the balance side, because I think the other side of that coin is a municipality that creates bylaws that are so big and so in depth that teams of people need to be employed to administer them, when we haven't justified the number of incidents to cause the change. So, you know, if there's a lot of people in town that are dealing with bees, let's bring that to the forefront. But if it's a moot point, let's not add a bylaw on something that isn't an issue in the community. And I think just looking at this bylaw, there's so much in here that does not need to be regulated by us and enforced that it becomes onerous.
Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. I think Councillor Overwater was ahead of me.
Councillor Overwater, Ryan, and CAO Merritt.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Bennett. I agree. I believe that house numbering is imperative for emergency services. I believe that is something that all residents should have, because if they want to make an emergency phone call, they want emergency services to get to them. They can't be looking and trying to find where that house is. So I believe that is very important. I agree with Councillor Ryan, and I believe that some of these animals are prohibited by law anyway, through whatever protected species or whatever, like elephants and giraffes and lions and such. are, I think, prohibited from personal licensing. So, I mean, I think that probably could be taken out. The ice rinks, if I had to be, I'm not against ice rinks. I'm going to say that again because it was in the paper stated that I am against ice rinks. Well, I am not. And the paper, I hope you have that. I am not against ice rinks. I am against the noise that would be my next door neighbor pounding 100-mile-an-hour puck 24 hours a day. That is what I'm against. And I think that affects the people. It affects me having my own little piece of the world property that I have bought. It's a noise problem. And I think that would be a mental issue eventually. If I had to listen to that for 6 months out of the year, somebody shooting a puck next door to me. So I like the idea of having a 12-inch board so that these major slap shots are not happening. If they want to do a slap shot, then you put up a little net and make sure that that net is far enough away from the board that it's not going to spring back to the board and hit it. So I believe we do need something to address the ice rinks. And those are my comments on. And the bees, I don't know. We have bees in town. I've never heard of anybody having a problem with the bees. I've never heard anybody complain about the bees. I understand what Sergeant Christensen is faced with when somebody phones and says, well, you know what? I got bees next door and they're stinging me all over. So then what does he do? So we need to make sure that whatever decision we make, our bylaw people have the authority to be able to go in and make a decision for us because we are telling him to go in and make a decision. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. Yes, and I agree with what's being said. I mean, okay, fine with the house numbing, but I mean, when you take a look at all these animals that are being listed, you're also missing some. Like I can have a zebra, you know, or I could have oh no, I can't have a zebra. Wanda's saying I can't have a zebra.
No, it's on there, Heather. It's on. Sorry to interrupt. It's actually listed as one of the prohibited animals under number 17.
I can't have a zebra, maybe a giraffe. I'm not sure if that's on the list. Anyway, when you start listing off animals, there's always going to be somebody who's going to say, "Hey, that animal's not going to on the list. I'm gonna flaunt that, or I'm gonna exploit that." I think you just say no wild animals, or you put down only domestic animals, or you put down only licensed animals. With bees, if there's a beekeeping act, let's follow it to say bees will follow a beekeeping act, and have done with it. For the rinks, I kind of agree with Councillor Water to a point. I mean, I did live in Calgary beside a family that had the son out there whacking pucks against the fence all day long, and it was not pleasant. And finally, we talked to them, and they said, okay, well, they had a rink, and they put the boards down to the 16-inch because it was a slap shots going up and over the boards and hitting the fence as well, and they didn't have a net up, and they put up a net, and then it was fine. They were out there playing on the rink, and they had the nets, and it was great, and we didn't hear hardly anything at all after that. And we worked with our neighbor to make sure that we were both happy, and the kids could be out there using their slap shots. But you know, once you start over restricting, then people are going to balk at that, and I certainly don't want to be one of those people that could do it, and I don't want to have bylaws in place that we can't enforce, or that we don't have the staff to enforce, because all of a sudden you've got a thousand things that we're going to have to enforce, and we have 2 people. So I've said all along since I've got on council, we shouldn't have things that we can't enforce, and there's items in here that I don't think you could.
CIO Merritt.
Who had his hand up, but
You,
Can't hear you, Mr. Merritt.
you had yours up as well.
okay. What I would like to do is get back to doing a page by page, because I think there's only about 5 or 6 major issues here, and unless you find other things, I'm certainly not closing down the discussion. But we keep going back from bees to rinks to graffiti, and I think there could be solutions to each and every one of them if we took it one at a time, as opposed to keep going in circular discussion. And I agree with the comment that bees, basically they're not in here because they are already covered by a provincial act. And I'll be honest with you, in the 4 years I've been here, I've had no complaints that I'm aware of in regards to bees. So that's why it wouldn't be introduced in this bylaw here.
Okay, Counselor Thompson.
No, I'll hold my comment. Let's go back to the beginning and go through it.
Um,
So we're
All right.
suggesting no additions to the bylaw for bees.
Okay,
Do we,
Next.
do we,
Counselor Overwater.
do we need to just state that the bees are under the Bee Act? Is that, does it state it in there?
I think that should be clear, yeah.
Let's put the bees are under the Bee Act.
Yeah, I would agree with that addition.
I'm concerned only because this is the first thing we've tackled, and do we have to go through every other act in the province and the federal government to link it to their acts too for other animals?
Well, should we just take bees out, period? Not even have a definition for bees?
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
And that's
Thompson, Counselor
that's my-
Thompson.
That was my initial comment, right? Like, you need an army of people to look after all of these animals and to study all of these bylaws and stuff. If we don't have complaints about them and it's not an issue in our community, let's not regulate it. Let's build more ice rinks and less bylaw divisions.
Sergeant Christensen.
Section 6.45 says that beekeeping or keeping of bees in the area of town of Olds is not permitted and shall follow the Bee Act of Alberta 2000, Chapter B2 and amendments thereas.
Yeah.
Well, it's already in there.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett, but did not, was it Councillor Overwater, Councillor Harper say that there was already bees in town? So what do you do with that? So I'm just saying, let's just put in there that we're following the Bee Act period and not prohibit them. Because if it says in the Bee Act that they shouldn't be there, then if somebody complains, then we have something in place. But I mean, when you prohibit something that's already there, that kind of defeats the purpose, does it not?
Sergeant Christensen.
Through the chair to Councillor Ryan. The problem is that community peace officer does not have authority under the Beekeeping Act. So we would have to have it in the bylaw to say we can't have them, and then we would have to contact somebody in order to deal with the bees under the Bee Act.
Okay.
Okay, but I just don't want to have our take up our bylaw officer's time driving around town looking for bees. You know, if somebody complains, then maybe we work on it. But otherwise, I'm agreeing with Mr. Merritt that I've never had anybody come to me and say about bees. In fact, I think
And neither have I. I've not had any complaints about bees to our department. But I think the issue comes down to, I mean, go back to the chickens, right? We didn't have chickens in the bylaw, and we had some had it, some didn't. So I think we're just, if we don't have it in the bylaw now, then it just causes an issue down the road if we go that way. We can always change it down the road if we decide as a council to, you know, to allow bees, then we can at least amend the bylaw for that.
Okay, thank you. CAO Merritt, you had your hand up?
Yes, I'm saying that I think we resolved the issue of.
And we'll move on.
We're not making any further amendments
No.
to CSB for bees.
No.
All right, very good.
Next up then will be what page, where are we going?
I think it's 56, and I think we do have to discuss the graffiti in the 72 hours in the wintertime. I'm happy with an amendment being said that graffiti occurs between the months of November and April. They must be corrected within 72 hours after May 1st or something of that nature. So people will fix it in a warmer weather condition or sooner if they wish to, but otherwise we'll be going in circular motion on that as well. But I'll defer to Mr. Christensen, Sergeant Christensen on that.
The only, and I agree that that's a fine amendment. The only thing that I would like to maybe add to that somehow is if it's offensive, racist, or discriminatory, it needs to be removed within 72 hours.
Agreed.
Councillor Ryan. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. Yeah, I'm fine with that, except I don't think we should put down dates. I just think we should put down temperature. So, I mean, we could have really cold weather in May. And in fact, it's supposed to be snowing this week in other parts of the province. So I think we should just put down, once you have 10 degrees Celsius over a certain, over nighttime temperature, or whatever it is that they say that you're able to paint and have it adhered, then that's what we should probably be following, as opposed to timing, because we can have snow in September too. So, in fact, all months.
Councillor Blatz, then Overwater.
I would think that if we're going to go speak about being restrictive, then maybe there's no point in putting anything in there, maybe other than at the temperature, because most responsible business owners are going to deal with it as soon as they possibly can. Nobody likes that on the side of their building. Nobody wants to, and I agree, if it's racist or anything that's discriminatory at all, they're going to do everything in their power to remove it as soon as possible. And going back to Councillor Harper's remark about common sense, I mean, I think most business owners take pride in their buildings, and we'll deal with it as soon as they physically can.
Thank you, Councillor Overwater.
No, what has been said, I agree.
Okay, CAO Merritt.
So we'll just leave it for common sense and not make the adjustment, because there'll be no mechanism for, it was the 72 hours from the beginning that was the issue with council of enforcing our graffiti bylaws to make sure that graffiti got eradicated as soon as possible. So I'm good with the recommendation to remove it, but that means that there's no time in the other side either to remedy the situation.
Councillor Ryan, then Harper.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think the time was, the problem is that they were giving out warnings to businesses that had graffiti when they couldn't do anything about it anyway, because the temperature was too cold, and the bylaws basically said they had to remove it within the 72 hours. I think by putting in the removal works best at 10 degrees Celsius or warmer. I think we should make note that businesses should be required, or even residents, if they have it on their house or whatever, be required to remove the graffiti once 10 degrees Celsius is reached overnight. You know, and I agree with Councillor Bennett, Blatt, sorry, that I think our businesses would definitely not want to have anything that was negative on the side of their building, and they've all done a very good job of making sure that these have been removed in a timely manner. So good on them.
Councillor Harper.
I think we're missing the total point here. We still want graffiti removed within 72 hours. If it's summertime, right?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So we just have to ask our Sergeant Christensen to reword this that says all graffiti must be removed within 72 hours unless weather conditions are 10 degrees Celsius or lower. Does that make sense?
Sounds good to me. Thank you, Councillor Harper.
CAO Merritt, you had your hand up.
Well, again, I'm a bit concerned by it because Chinooks happen during the winter time, and then all of a sudden the 3-day, 4-day period happens and it's within 72 hours. To me, let's have a little break for the businesses. I don't think Garrick would go out in a snowstorm if it was May 11th to enforce it. I think what we're saying is you have till May to fix. After May, you get 72 hours unless there is weather conditions, and then have it fixed by the month of May. That's otherwise, I'll leave it to Sergeant Christensen if he has a concern with that.
Sergeant Christensen.
Yeah, so I think that we still, I know we don't want to hammer them with dates, but if we don't have a mechanism to work on a date, then we lose our enforcement. Because if it says 72 hours and then we don't, we can work with these businesses as we did with the businesses before, is that we said, we understand that, we'll give you till May 15th to remove it. So, but if we have the dates in there, it makes it much easier. And I do agree with the wording, but I still think we have to have that November to April in there, just to give us a little bit more enforcement teeth if we have to really push it. And that's unfortunate, but if we don't have something to enforce, then we're kind of, our hands are tied.
So anything further, or we're going to leave it as is?
Well, no,
No, we're going to add the date.
we're going to ask Sergeant Christensen to bring back new wording,
Okay,
Yes.
right?
agreed, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is only a discussion purpose. It's P&P.
Yeah.
And we
Okay.
got good direction here and we bring it back.
Very good. I get it. All right, the next one up then, have we addressed ice rinks?
I don't know if we totally addressed ice rinks. We are not changing what we put in there till we get better feedback of maybe a straw poll to see if what adjustments we do need to make. So
Well, okay.
Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. Okay, so the rink that comes to mind is the one that we were dealing with over the past year, and it was an exceptional year. I think the reason for the major complaint that came through on that. However, at the end of the day, I still wouldn't have been happy if I was the neighbor to have a 20-foot white tarp 5 feet from my side of the house so that it blocks my enjoyment of looking out to the east of my my property. I mean, it might have stopped the thud noise of a slap shot, but I think there was a bit of I don't know what the right word is, but anyways, I wouldn't have been very impressed with the big white tarp either. So I like the idea of having a short board so that these slap shots are not banging, because let's face it, as I have stated before, you never know where a slap shot goes. It's not real precision, and it thuds, it goes 100 miles an hour and it crashes. And if any one of us had to sit there and listen to that hours on end, we would not be happy. I can tell you that right now. I know none of you would be happy if you had to listen to that. So somehow I think that the 12 or whatever, 16 inches or whatever it is, up from the ground is sufficient for a backyard rink. If you want to go and shoot slap shots, then go to the public rinks that we put in, 8 of them, and go slap away.
Okay, thank you. And with much talk about our mental health and the restrictions that COVID provided for us, I agree that any continual noise that prevents you from enjoying your own property must be addressed. Anything further? The statement here is that the board would be 12 inches from the ground, not 16, as some have said. Are we good with 16 inches?
12
or
inches.
to 12? Councillor Ryan?
Yes, I think I was one, sorry, Deputy Mayor Bennett. I think I was the one person who said about the 16 because that's what my neighbors put in, and
Oh, okay.
I did live beside that and hear that noise, and it is very grating after a while.
Yes.
Puck after puck, and I think having nets up really creates a situation where you're going to reduce the noise greatly. Even if you did have higher boards, because the net is there. When you have, when you have boards that are, 16 inches or 2 feet or even 3 feet, you're not necessarily going to get the slap shots. It's the backstops that really are the problem.
Correct.
I know that they put in a 16-inch, and the reason why I say 16 inches is because of the flooding and being able to contain the ice better. If you have it too low, then it's just going to drain. So maybe it might be something where we would want to talk to somebody who's actually a little bit knowledgeable about backyard rinks. Maybe we should phone up Mr. Gretzky. But no, seriously, I think that, I know that my neighbor put in a 16-inch and it did fine and there was no problem. So that's why I suggested 16, but I'm fine with whatever.
I'm fine with 16. I'm just not fine with the big slap shot.
No. So we are, as a straw poll, we are good with 4.24 at 12 inches, 4.25 nets to be installed, 4.26, no persons shall install lighting, and 4.27, no person shall allow excessive noise as per section 3.9 and 3.10 of this bylaw. Straw poll is, are we
Well,
agreed?
I'm good with 16 inches. As Councillor Ryan said, that may have something to do with flooding. I don't know, pushing snow. I don't know. I'm good with 16, but I'm not good with 3 and 4 foot boards.
No. Mayor Mizichka?
Well, all the time that I've been on council, the 3 and plus years, I believe we've had one complaint. I haven't seen any of it. I'm not particularly in favor of any restrictions. Backyard rinks are a part of Canadian culture, and it's something that we all grew up with, and I'm really not in favor of any restrictions. The noise is covered in other places on our bylaws, and if you're making noise, then we'll find a way to restrict that. But yeah, I'm not crazy about any regulations on backyard rinks.
Okay, so I have Councillor Harper, Councillor Thompson had his hand up, then Councillor Overwater.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Bennett. Nobody is against backyard rinks. Nobody. I grew up on a backyard rink too, but it did not include sheets of 4x8 plywood all around a rink with somebody hitting against it all the time. Not only is it very unsightly, it's very dangerous at the end of the day. So nobody's against backyard rinks, Mayor Majiska.
Yeah.
But we are against is putting all this plywood up that makes your yard look very unsightly and causes a lot of noise. If you want to learn how to skate, go out to the backyard rink. Nobody's stopping you. If you want to play around with the puck, nobody's stopping you. What it is stopping is having people build these massive backyard rinks with like almost full-size arena boards. They were never meant for your backyard.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. As Mayor Michael suggested, we have bylaws for noise. We have bylaws for unsightly premise. I understand people are saying they have nothing against hockey, but let's just leave the word hockey out of it. If you're noisy and you're creating an eyesore, bylaws are coming. We don't have to put in a hockey rink definition here. I think he was bang on.
Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. Okay, these will be my final comments. And again, we are not against outdoor rinks in backyards. Like, I wish everybody would get that through their head, and this group sitting here as well. We are not against it. The problem is I am against it affecting me as a person in my own yard, having pucks bang, 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 14 hours out of the day. And I don't think anyone sitting here wants that either. So, okay, so if we don't put something in here, what are we going to do with Sergeant Christensen when all of a sudden this complaint comes again next year? Maybe it won't, because maybe we won't have COVID, and COVID might have been part of the problem. here as to why this whole situation came forward. However, if Sergeant Christensen is called again, what does he have to back him up with?
Mayor Mazichka, please.
Well, he has the regular noise bylaw and the unsightly bylaw provisions that are already in there. If you live in a new neighborhood, there's construction all over the place. So you're bang, 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 bang of a hammer. But we restrict the hours that those are allowed to be done in, so that when it comes time for bed and sleep, then you don't have bang, 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 bang. Same sort of thing with this. It's not, I just think that this whole provision is unnecessary. I think it's covered under the other two ends of the bylaw. There's, sadly, there's always going to be noise. There's always going to be what have you. If you live close to the fire department, you may be woken up by sirens in the middle of the night.
Michael, I don't think you can compare.
Well, no, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, there is other noises that are out there that are very similar, and we have provisions in this bylaw to restrict noise and to restrict unsightly premises, and I don't believe we need a second or third or fifth or other type of section to over-regulate it.
I'd like to hear from Sergeant Christensen and then CAO Merritt, please.
Yes, the noise, definitely we can follow that. The unfortunate thing is under the unsightly, it doesn't qualify under the unsightly because it's not mentioned in there. And it has to be determined that the neighbors consider it unsightly. So that's one of the, just a comment, okay?
So then we would need to go back to the drawing board for unsightly to address the rings. CAO Merritt, please.
You're on mute.
Just to reiterate, we're looking for direction from council here to see if we remove this or bring it back, or we bring it back modified form. And we are so far have got a split from my tally of people. So we're good
Yeah.
one way or the other with the situation. This is something that Eric dealt with last year. We said we would bring it back in a bylaw form, which we're doing, and we're okay with direction from council.
Councillor Blatz, then Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. And I kind of concur with what Mr. Merritt has said here. And I just want to remind people that, you know, there's not many people that actually have a fenced backyard. And if they're going to build an arena back there, there's nothing from them using the fence as boards, which is going to cause the same kind of noise that we had the complaint for last year. And I'm not opposed to outdoor rinks. In fact, I quite like the noise of listening to children play and laugh and have fun. And I didn't have to hear slapping pucks all night at all. But, you know, there's other noise complaints that go on all the time that I do listen to. And typically it's done by the time it's the 11 o'clock bell rings, or whatever time it is that we're supposed to shut everything down. But I think that we're going to go around and around and around about this. And I'm not sure that we're ever going to be able to come to any kind of a consensus here today or anything else with people, because I don't want this to be too restrictive. I'm afraid we're getting into very restrictive areas here as far as outdoor arenas and what people pay. If people pay taxes, and that's going to be the argument where it's going to come back on the flip side to us. They're going to say, well, I pay taxes, I can do what I want in my backyard. And, you know, I'm afraid that if we allow them and we say it's 18 inches, 16 inches, whatever it is, that's fine. But I agree with what Councilor Overwater said. I wouldn't want to listen to it all the time. But on the flip side of that, there's other noises that I do listen to. So I think it's covered under unsightly premises and noise bylaw.
Well, we already have Sergeant Christensen saying that it is not going to be covered under unsightly. So we either adjust unsightly, or the straw poll indicates that we do not have consensus on this ice rink 4.24 to 4.27. at this time. Counselor Overwater, anything new to add, or are we
Well, I'm just
going
gonna say,
around?
you know what, we can take it out and that's fine, as long as whatever is in place, that Sergeant Christensen has the ability to enforce it. Because sometimes
that's-
bylaw does not get enforced as to everybody has a different perception as to what a noise bylaw is. Everybody has a different interpretation as to what affects me in my backyard. Does somebody having a smoking fire pit, the smoke isn't supposed to leave the yard, but it does because it doesn't go straight up. It's not supposed to leave the yard. How is Sergeant Christensen going to enforce that? So what you can take it out. All I'm saying is at the end of the day, next year, if there's hockey rink stuff going on, that we need to be able to back Sergeant Christensen as to how he's going to go and deal with that. So you can take all 4.2 to 4.27 out, just as long as it can be enforced one way or another.
Now that we've had enough discussion on this, or more than enough, then I will like to take a straw poll of having Sergeant Christensen discuss with administration, and perhaps then it will come out and maybe there might be a chance to adjust unsightly premises. And we'll have this conversation at the next PNP, perhaps, if there's new information. I'm not sure who will agree to that, but I do want this to end now.
I'm good with that.
I'm good with that. Well said, Counselor Bennett.
Okay, because yeah, I'm tired of circles and I'm dizzy. So carry on, administration and Sergeant Christensen, please, and thank you. All right, let us try to move on to what's next on that. The house numbering, we agree, because that is something for emergency services and cannot be obstructed by vegetation, must be clearly visible to emergency services, period. And I'm in agreement with that one. Any further discussion on that? No? Any other amending ones that you would like to discuss?
Well,
supper time is coming soon.
Deputy Mayor Bennett.
Yes, Counselor Overwater.
Did we take out the animals? Did we come to a consensus on?
No, certainly we can discuss that, and we're always going to forget something. So, you know, I'm of the mind that let's not get into the weeds about hippopotamus, and as much as I love rhinos, I know I can't have one. So I'd rather just list the domestic animals that we can have, and we'll deal with the whatever provincial and federal acts of animals as they come in. We don't get, we have not got any negativity on animals that I don't recall having anybody complain about any of the other animals since I've been on council for, you know, my time. So I just don't want it to be onerous, and I just don't want us to end up looking foolish because either we can't, it doesn't have teeth, or it just looks cumbersome and it's like, who thought of that? You know,
I agree.
I'd rather it be simple and that everyone can understand, and no one's going to go, why did they do that? So any comments?
No, I agree.
No, Sergeant Christensen?
The only comment I'm going to say is that if we don't put something in there that says that they're not allowed to have prohibited animals, then we have no enforcement tool if they do have one. We can take out the list.
Can we not list them and just say?
Sure. The only problem is what I consider a prohibited animal may be different than what you think is a prohibited animal.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we listed them.
Sorry, are there provincial laws that that address this?
So there is certain ones that that do, and that's why we had said there is ones that are say deemed dangerous or objectionable by the medical officer of health.
Right.
So, I mean, we could just leave it in as that and then leave it up to interpretation down the road. So if you decide to get a zebra, then we will have to pull up the legislation that covers that. Again, it falls down to, as a peace officer, we don't have authority for those provincial acts. So then we have to call the RCMP or the medical officer to deal with them.
Okay,
It's the
then
only reason why we listed them.
Okay, thank you. And CAO merit, then I would think that we require your input.
That's why Eric put it in, is to have a list that he could easily draw to. Is it going to be complete? There'll be somebody that'll come up with something.
Yes.
And then that's why we make amendments to things. This is just, that was the rationale that these are prohibited type of animals. That's all. It's for enforcement purposes.
Okay, Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. I think you hit the nail on the head when you said, let's keep it simple. And I think we just say, you know, you can't have wild animals. You can't have exotic animals that are prohibited. There's already laws in place. There's federal laws in place about bringing certain animals into the country.
Yeah.
And I think if you just put wild animals, I think you're going to be covered. There's always going to be somebody who's going to find some loophole that if you start listing, like I said earlier, you start listing them and somebody's going to find something that you don't have on the list.
Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I was just going to agree. I don't think we are spaying or neutering our enforcement activities. We're just simply not defining things so far that we create enforcement issues. We can address things if they become a problem, but to this point, they're not problems.
Yeah, and as they are a living document and they are subject to be reviewed and adjusted as needed, then I too agree with that. Director Andrew.
Thank you. I just wanted to throw this comment out for consideration, is that the problem with when we make a generic statement such as no wild animals, what is the definition of a wild animal?
Right.
Who determines that this is my pet boa constrictor that is tame, it's not wild, and somebody else views it as, no, that is a wild animal. And so being devil's advocate, it does play very difficult for enforcement officers to deal with, because if it's not enforceable in court, and I know that this is all a play on legalities and those, so this is where this comes from, is that with Sergeant Christensen's background and reference to other municipalities bylaws for this, he certainly didn't dream up this list.
I understand that.
Copied them. So, and I appreciate your comments, and I can appreciate where you're coming from with not wanting to over legislate and create a big issue. And so we're trying to find balance. And so we certainly will work with what the wishes of council are to communicate to the public what is acceptable. But, this is our balance, that we find best practice or what's going on out there, and then we present it, and it gets beat around a bit, and that's okay. And then we'll find a happy medium.
I agree with best practices, and I do not want to make Sergeant Christensen's job onerous either. So if it's best that we leave this, and we may have missed listing some exotic animal, then so be it. But the conversation, I think we beat around the bush enough. I will take one more, Councillor Harper.
Thank you. So I believe that this Schedule B prohibited animals needs to be left in the bylaw.
Yeah.
There's a reason why this, our sergeant has presented it.
True.
So let's do a straw poll right now, get it done, and then it can always be changed.
Yes.
Taken out down the road.
Yes, and if Sergeant Christensen didn't, yes, I'm sure he put lots of thought into this, and this is what's going to be the thing that has teeth in it. Straw poll saying leave as is. And that would be 5 versus 2. So a CAO merit, I need instructions or info.
Okay, so is that the end of the discussion on the changes that the Director Christensen has brought? Because just a quick recap, I wouldn't mind doing.
Okay.
Make sure I'm on
A
the
recap, okay, yeah.
on the right page, so to speak. So basically, we're not going to include anything in regards to these. Number two, we are going to make an adjustment and bring back wording with dates in regards to the graffiti in
Yes.
section 3.
Correct.
Ice rinks, we are removing for the time being. Eric will do a bit more research, but I'm not very optimistic. We're going to have new wording that's going to appease the group. So it looks like we probably won't be adjusting ice rinks for the next winter season, but we will look at something and possibly bring it back in July for a chance for a decision of council in July as well. House numbering, we are going to include, and we are going to keep the list of prohibitive animals, so to speak.
Correct.
Is that a good
Yes.
recap? So I think what we'll do, Eric, is probably bring this back on the 28th, unless to make the adjustments, we have get council approval. With the exception of ice rinks, we may have something in July. Likelihood is not great.
How is that, Sergeant Christensen? Okay, I get it. I got that. Okay. Anything else that we're going through for the amendment? Anything on page, let's see, 33? It was on our page 64. It was vicious animals. We're all,
The next big one would have been, I didn't have an issue with it, was 6.28 on page 6.
oh, 28, sorry, yes. Communicable,
That's securing animals and vehicles.
oh, securing, okay. Securing animals, we all agree that we're protecting the animal as well. No changes needed. Straw poll says we all agree.
Right, and 6.3 was the last one I had, and again, I has a new item, so to speak.
Okay, so that's the communicable diseases. Are we agreed with this one? Straw poll, heads nodding. Okay, perfect.
And then the listing of 6 different categories in regards to vicious dogs, so to speak, and then the one true picture of what a vicious dog is and what that statement is.
Yes. Straw poll, we're good with these. Yes, thank you. Yes, we are.
And I'll leave it to Eric or Justin to say, did I miss anything significant here?
No comments? We're good?
I think we got everything that we listed, that we talked about. I believe so.
We're sorry for this. We just had to go around a few times, I guess.
Well,
Sorry,
no,
Sergeant Christensen.
I do believe that's the purpose of PMP.
It is. I
Discussion, and then we, as
It
the
is.
administration, can bring it back.
To a regular council meeting.
Exactly.
Correct.
Councillor Ryan had her hand up.
I apologize, Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. I just have a question with regards to the vicious animal sign that is on.
Oh, right.
82. So I'm wondering if we could just run that sign without the picture of the dog, because you're using a German Shepherd and that's not necessarily classified as a vicious dog.
It can be.
I don't think you should be putting in any picture of any dog, because any dog at any time can turn on you or be vicious. So, you know, I've had a number of dogs in my lifetime, and I've never had a vicious one, but I did have a Shepherd, and it certainly was a big suck. So, and I know people who have pit bulls who are just big babies. In fact, my renter has a big pit bull that is a big sweetheart, and so I don't think we should be using a specific animal for the sign. I think just saying warning vicious animal on the premises, period.
A fair comment. This was just a sign that we used in Wetaskiwin, so we can remove the dog.
Yeah, I don't want to stigmatize any breed of dog either, so.
Sure, and that's a fair comment. That's easy. That was just a general idea.
Good catch, Councillor Ryan.
Yeah, anything further comments, Dr. or Sergeant Christensen, you're still up?
I don't
Nope.
think he wants to be up.
No, I don't think you, you've had
No.
enough counsel today.
We'll be happy with this one.
All right, so the aggression scale, that wasn't a real amendment. We're all fine with that.
Yeah.
Okay, and amendment to section numbers, that's on page 71. We're all okay with this? Yes, straw poll, good, okay. And education first, and then fines would be coming up second. Anything further, Sergeant Christensen?
No, I think, as you're all aware, I'm all about education, so I don't like to write the tickets unless I absolutely have to. So I just prefer that we keep it this way.
Yeah, thank you very much for all of your input and your patience with council. I would seek a motion, please, on the draft bylaws, please. Did we forget what we're discussing? Mayor Mazichka.
Oh, I don't. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. I would move that we accept the changes for bylaw 2021-09, Community Standards Bylaw 2018-05 amendment as amended by council, and instruct administration to bring it back to a future regular council meeting.
Great, thank you. Any further comments? Please, no. I'll call the vote. Perfect. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Ryan, your hand is not up. One opposed? Okay, 6-4, one opposed. Thank you. Next up, we have
Vehicle.
the vehicle. So Sergeant Christensen, we get to hear your presentation, please.
Thank you. You're getting tired of me talking as well, so.
No, not at all.
Last year at budget time, we had asked for a vehicle to replace our Charger, which has began to cost us a lot of money. Just this year alone, we spent over $6,000 repairing it to keep it on the road. It's been twice on the tow truck this year alone. So of course, in budget, they had turned around and said that we were to remove it out of budget requests. So we did, but we were instructed to possibly find a used one if we could find one as a good a deal as we did with the other one. The Summer Village of Seba Beach has closed down their program, and as much as I hate to ever see a peace officer program being shut down, they have their reasons for it, and I won't discuss them here today, but they do have a patrol vehicle. It is a 2015, so it's a little bit older, but it has less than 50,000 kilometers on it, and it's in very good shape. Has all the required equipment that we would need for our department, including the radar unit, the camera system that we currently use. It also comes with all the lights, radios. It comes with a brand new AFRAX portable radio and an AFRAX radio in the unit. That brand new radio is still in the box, and the plastic's never been used. It's worth over $5,000 just for that alone. I did go and look at the vehicle. The vehicle is in very amazing shape. And I think it would be a definite asset to our community to possibly reach out and purchase this vehicle. The vehicle, one of the issues we have is having a car in the wintertime in the town of Olds when we're required and expected to go out ahead of the graders to do snow removal for the streets. We've had a few cases where we've had to get pushed out. So it is a bit of a challenge as well for picking up animals for animal control. SUV would be much more realistic than a car. We did find this vehicle. It is a very good vehicle, and it would be very much of an asset to the community or to our department. With our current vehicle in the condition it is, I may be able to sell it to another municipality for between $8,000 to $10,000. So it offsets some of the cost of the vehicle.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions regarding this possible vehicle? Councillor Harper.
So just a question of Director Linderman. So what kind of money do we have in the budget for contingency for items like this?
So something like this would have to come from our asset replacement reserve. And I'm just looking at that right now. It is at 1.8 million as of December 31st.
And just a second follow-up question. Sergeant Christensen, what age did you say this vehicle was? And how many years would you expect to get out of it?
Through the chair to Councillor Harper. So this vehicle is a 2015. I can also state that it has been parked for the last 2 years because of the issue that they had in the Ceiba Beach. I can also advise that they have been taken out on a weekly basis to keep the oils and fluids moving, and they've got making sure that it still runs. I would expect that given the low kilometers that we would get, I would say a good 5 to 7 years out of this vehicle. 5 for sure. You know, in town, we don't get a lot of kilometers. So as long as we keep the maintenance up and keep it in good shape, it'll last us 5 years at least minimum.
I think Director Andrew and then Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. And just one comment further to that. The equipment that's in the vehicle, being that it's in the SUV configuration, when the end of this vehicle life comes up, that it would be quite plausible to remove and replace that equipment into another SUV type. Whereas with the current car configuration, when we would move to a new vehicle or a different vehicle, unless we replaced it with that specific car again, that equipment essentially is unusable. So we're essentially changing a platform, which would be more conducive. Obviously, our recommendation going forward, regardless of new, used, or whatever, would be of the SUV variety as opposed to a car, as we learned that the car is not practical in our circumstance. So that equipment to be added into a replacement vehicle going forward certainly becomes reusable for us. And I think we're getting it at a very good deal in this platform.
Thank you. CAO Marriage and then Blatz.
If we get approval of our direction to bring this back to council next week with a budget adjustment, we would also be putting this in our 10-year capital plan, probably back to 2027 before another new one would be required to replace this vehicle, so to speak. Because it was, as Sergeant Christensen did indicate, that it was on the budget for last year and was, let's keep the current one, but let's look for something else if we can get a good deal. So if this happens, we will place it on our capital plan later to the schedule.
Thank you. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett, but I believe Councillor Ryan was ahead of me.
I apologize. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Councillor Blatz. Deputy Mayor. Yes, I wanted to know, Eric, you never said what the make of the vehicle was and the price.
Sorry, through the chair to Councillor Ryan. It is a 2015 Ford Explorer police package. I'm very familiar with those vehicles. It's one of the most used CPO vehicle. And coming from a training perspective, that's what we use a lot of in our emergency response training in Solgen. So I'm very familiar with that vehicle. The price, I have secured a price of this vehicle with the municipality of $40,000. Now, having said that, we would have a couple issues where we would have to remove a little bit of the equipment out of the Charger to move into the new vehicle. We'd have to change the door decals And the only issue with the car is the mirror portion of the driver's door was broken by a public works guy that walked by with a tool accidentally. Well, I'm assuming accidentally. So we would be looking at approximately $3,000 extra just to kind of clean that stuff up. So I'd be asking for $43,000 for this. The municipality, I have talked to the CAO there, and he totally understands the whole municipal process. So he has conditionally sold it to us upon your guys' approval, and hold it till we can make a decision on it, as long as it's a reasonable timeline.
Thank you. And so who was up next?
I was, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Black.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett, through you to Sergeant Christensen or maybe Director Andrew. Will there be a full mechanical inspection done on this vehicle prior to purchasing it?
I have reviewed all the service records. They have provided me with the service records. He also provided me with the actual bill of sale from the original build. This build back in 2015 was $62,000. To build that same vehicle today would be over $75,000 for that same vehicle on a new process.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? No?
Just one more comment. It does also come with a set of winter tires, which are on it right now, and also a pair of summer tires, which appear to be in pretty decent shape.
Okay,
Overall, the vehicle was really good.
Great. Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. I think this is a good option for us rather than having to go out and buy a brand new vehicle. I think we gave direction for Sergeant Christensen to hunt us down one that was in good shape, that would be easy to fit into our fleet of peace officer vehicles. And for the cost, I think we're almost going to save ourselves almost half of what a new vehicle would cost. So I would be in favor of purchasing this vehicle.
Thank you. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. I too think it's great to be able to get a used vehicle. I've been saying all along that we should try to find used vehicles as opposed to buying brand new. I would, I guess, entertain a motion if you're interested in making a motion.
Yes, please.
All right. Can we? I would move the council or administration, I should say, bring back this item for the next council meeting for a budget adjustment and any further discussion on it as well.
Thank you. Anything further? Questions? No, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous and it's carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sergeant Christensen. Next up, we have 6B, Council Ad Hoc Committee, Code of Conduct Bylaw 2018-01 for review. Who will speak to this? CAO Merritt?
Believe Chairperson Overwater may be speaking to this, and I know that our Coordinator of Strategic Affairs is available for the information as well, and I do believe our legislative clerk was also involved from administration in regards to this and the next couple of items. So
okay,
I'll
thank you.
ask the chairperson to speak to it first.
Okay, Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett and CAO Merritt. Yes, our committee consisted of Councillor Thompson, Councillor Harper, Mayor Majishka is ex officio on there as well. We had Kelly Lloyd and Marcy McKinnon there for advice and myself. So we had about 4, I believe, meetings. I think it was somewhere in there, 4, maybe 5. I don't know, I didn't keep track, but it was in that realm. Anyways, there were a few changes that we wanted to bring back for a fulsome discussion with council. And is someone able to bring this up on the screen so that we can follow through with it? Is somebody going to do that?
Yes, someone is doing that. We're just
Okay.
having,
That's okay. I just can't tell if anybody's doing
I'm
it.
sorry. I should
That's
hear it
okay.
come. Okay.
Okay. So, okay, so no, that's not where we want to be. We want to be on page 83. There we go.
Okay.
Okay. So if we just want to follow through, go to page 84. There were no changes in there. It was just definitions. Just at the very top, it was just an item pursuant to section 153E.1 of the Municipal Government Act. So that was just some housekeeping rules there. So if you want to go to page 85, what we had in there, we had some great discussion on number 2, representing the municipality. And in there, we have number D, ensure that conduct in a councillor's private affairs does not damage or have the potential to negatively impact the reputation of council, administration, or the community. And we took out arrange their private affairs. We thought the wording in red was what the wording that we wanted. So if there was anybody on council that has any further discussion regarding that amendment. I don't see anybody's hands go up, so then I'm thinking that we are all in agreement with that part. Then we went down to number 3. This was another housekeeping that corresponds with some of our other policies that we have. 3.6, it just says this bylaw applies to all forms of communication. So there was just that part. Then we go to page 6. The only thing on there was number 5. Instead of adherence to policy, procedures, and bylaws, it was apparently that's a housekeeping. Miss Lloyd, you had a different word for it, but anyway, this was the wording that we're told that we're supposed to use, upholding the law. And we struck out on 5.1 bylaws, policies, procedures adopted by council, because we have to follow the legislation of Alberta anyway. So that was that was more housekeeping. Then page 87, that stayed status quo. Top of page 88, we inserted 7.4 because we learned from our fellow community to the north of us. A councillor must not take any action that could provoke or appear to encourage unlawful behavior or urge any person or business to behave unlawfully. And again, like I said, we learned that from our municipality to the north as to what they were going through. So any questions on that? I don't see anybody saying anything. Okay, we go to page 89. There was just some numbering, I think, difference here. On number 12, remuneration expense claims, that was just a heading. And then we went to number 13, gifts and hospitality. And as you can see in your package, you had also some other gifts and hospitality numbers that were presented to us for our ad hoc committee. And as to what we felt was appropriate on the number, 13.2, our committee, and we still felt that 500 was appropriate, that a gift was not to exceed 500, whereas some other communities, they had lesser amounts, and we felt 500 was still sufficient for our community. So if anybody wanted to talk about that. If not, that was still in our first policy, so we decided to keep it. Then we went to, we had major discussions on the complaint process, and we felt that we needed a very fulsome discussion with council on 4.1A. Complaints will not be received. Okay, then we decided we needed to make a determination whether it was 30 days, 60 days, or 90 days prior to an election. So if any of my cohorts on that ad hoc committee would like to speak to any of that. Councillor Harper? You're on mute.
I'm trying to get off mute.
Okay,
So,
very good.
yeah, and it's because of the fact that it's so close to an election. So number one, if we went 30 days by just the numbers in our process, it couldn't be resolved within 30 days, probably. I would suggest that council agrees to either the 60 or the 90 days, so no complaints can be received in that time frame before an election. 6 months, I don't feel was appropriate. That was my personal feeling, and I think the rest of the committee members felt the same. So we'd sure like to hear from the other.
First, we'll hear from Kelly, Miss Lloyd. We'll hear from you first, and then Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Councillor Overwater, and through the chair, Deputy Mayor. The 6 months initially was in there, and if you look back at a lot of other municipalities before the Municipal Election, Local Authorities Election Act changed, the majority of them had the 6 months on it for that reason. But now that rule has changed, so you do have the option to accept or not accept within a certain parameter.
Thanks, Miss Lloyd. Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. I like the 90 or the 60 days myself. I think that's an adequate time frame.
Okay, Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Councillor Overwater. I'm not sure we should do even 60 days. What would be the point in 60 days? There's going to be an election. So I'm fine with keeping it at the 6 months or going maybe 4 months out, but I'm 3 months before the election is held, what would be the point in going through a complaint process and all that expense?
Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, to speak to that, I think we have to recognize that that all complaints come in different forms, I guess, and so this gives the municipality the opportunity to try and successfully come to a conclusion on a matter. It may allow parties to come together, but this does afford an individual, a resident, a councillor to put forth a complaint and know that it will be considered.
Mayor Majishka, would you like to chime in on this as well, since you were at every one of our meetings?
Yeah, I was. I had spoken during those meetings. I like the 6 months, to be brutally honest with you. I think the shorter time periods, especially now where the nomination period is 10 months, more or less. I think there's wiggle room in here for this to be abused. Was always my sort of set. So if we were going to go 30, 60, 90, my vote would be for 90. And I agree with Councillor Ryan, it probably more like 4 months would be a more accurate way to do it. But there was a reason why most councils had that 6 months there. It was just to possibly avoid members of the public or other fellow councillors in lodging a vexatious type of thing that was meant to smear somebody before an election. So that's why I felt that we should have left it at 6 months, but I'm open for council's approval.
Councillor Harper.
So just in response to that, if we go further into the bylaw, the validity of a complaint has to be determined within 30 days. So that's why we're looking at either the 60 or 90, because once a complaint is received, it has to be deemed either valid or not within 30 days. So it can't just be hanging out there. And if counselor is in breach of code of conduct, I think that the process has to take place. They shouldn't be given a free ride for 6 months if they have actually breached the code of conduct, council code of conduct.
Mayor Majewska?
Yeah, the reason I understand that provision's in there, that the receiving body can determine whether it's vexatious or holds water, but there's also a further provision down that the person lodging the complaint can accelerate it to an investigator. So that's further tarnishing, I guess, the reputation of a potential candidate. But again, will of council.
Councillor Blatz, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. Thank you. Well, I want to play the devil's advocate on this situation then, because the Election Act has changed it and we can file nomination papers earlier. There's nothing from stopping a potential candidate from, as a council member already, from maybe deviating or trying to promote themselves earlier. And that's why I like the 60 days, is the fact that I did read that it would have to be determined by the receiving body whether or not it was actually a legitimate type of a complaint, and also that, you know, there would be 30 days to respond to it. And I kind of look at the situation we've had, and particularly up north, and you know, you just don't know what people might say or start to do, and who's to say that mudslinging couldn't happen amongst council, which would break the code of conduct. And if there were 6 months, they filed their nomination papers and we have a 6-month timeline, there's nothing that can really be done or said to that individual if they decide to get nasty during a campaign. That's the reason why I like the 60 days. But maybe again, it's as the mayor said, it is will of council, but.
Okay, I just want to make a comment. I like the 90 days because then the 90 days will also give time should there need to be an investigator. Hopefully that the complaint would get to the receiving body, and if it has to go to the investigator, then it gives the investigator the 60 days to get back to council before the election happens. I mean, let's face it, we want the election over with. And I think 90 days would give the investigator, if that's where it goes, enough time to investigate, interview, and make a decision and back to council by the election time. So Councillor Thompson, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. I'm comfortable with the 60 or the 90, keeping in mind that it's from the time of the election. So you've also got a 30-day nomination, you know, from the time the election actually begins, piece in addition there, right? Before voters speak on things. So 60 or 90 is fine with me, but I do agree it adds a bit of accountability, and it's probably not a bad thing.
Councillor Bennett, I would like you to weigh in on this. Do you have a comment?
I do have a comment. I think that 60 or 90 days is acceptable to myself, and the will of council, of course, at the end.
Okay, so should we do a straw poll here? Because we want this to, one of our mandates was to get this back to PMP today, so that we can get it finalized before the end of June. So hopefully we would be able to bring it back to our next council meeting. So should we do a straw poll? I think 30 days is out. Or was it out? I think it was out. Most people said 60 to 90. So if 30 is out, a straw poll on 60.
Well, I'm fine.
Okay, we have 3. A straw poll on 90. I'm on 90 myself.
Okay, it's 92.
Okay. Councillor Blatz, are you okay with 90? I know you said 60, but you're fine with that. Councillor Thompson? Okay, so we're gonna, administration, you can change that to 90 then. So then we go to page 90, which has a lot of red in it, as you can see. Oh, sorry, before we go to page 90, 89, we took out on 14.1D. We struck out on the third line, a meeting with the receiving body, counselor, and complainant may occur. This here was also put into another process. I believe we have it somewhere else here. So that was struck out. Then we go to page 90. Receiving body, sorry, Counselor Harper, yes.
Just that somehow or other under 14 complaint process, page 89, we happen to have 2 Cs in there now. I don't know how that happened.
Okay, administration will fix that.
Okay, so just so that we're aware.
Yeah, Ms. Lloyd has that. I can see her shaking her head. Okay, then we go to page 90. Then we struck out, okay, the first sentence is good. Receiving body may choose not to proceed further. Then we struck out, or, as you can all read what we struck out. And then we go to E. We inserted a determination on the validity of the complaint will be completed within 30 days of receipt of the complaint. The receiving body shall notify the parties affected in writing of the determination. That was added. Then F, all parties concerned shall receive a copy of the complaint submitted to the receiving body. As you can see at the very end of this, we do have a roadmap. We feel it's very important that we have a roadmap to follow because we were getting confused ourselves as to when the complaints are received and who they go to. Then we go to G, council shall be notified in writing that a complaint has been filed. So after the complaint, after all the parties, then council will get notified. We struck out, as you can see, the counselors who are alleged in the breach of this bylaw can respond in writing addressed to the receiving body. We struck that part out. There's another part in there. H, a meeting with the receiving body, counselors, and complainant may incur in an attempt to resolve the complaint. Both parties shall be afforded the opportunity to address the receiving body. We thought that was important because possibly, you know, the receiving body can handle the complaint and deal with it rather than, you know, it going up the ladder to an investigator. So that's why that is in there. I, should either the counselors or complainant not agree with the findings of the receiving body, either the counselors and the complainant have the ability to request that their file be elevated to the investigator, to an investigator. Then we felt also a list of qualified investigators will be provided to the receiving body. That will be, yeah, I see you, Councillor Ryan. That will be, we will find investigators at the beginning of the organizational time, October, after election, and that list will be there and it will be updated, I believe, yearly, Ms. Lloyd. Is that what we determined?
I believe so. It's going to be a part of the council or the elected official reference binder.
Right.
That list will be provided.
And it will be updated yearly just to make sure that those people are still in that position to investigate. Oh, Councillor Ryan, you had your hand up.
Yeah, you kind of answered part of that because I was going to say provided by whom, and perhaps it should be by provided by administration.
I think that was what we determined, that the investigators would be investigated by administration to get us a list, correct? I think that was it. That's how it happened last time. Councillor Harper.
Yeah, we just wanted to make sure that there was an approved list of more than one investigator that could be drawn upon over a council term. That would be updated.
Ms. Lloyd?
Yes, and if I can add further to that, that list, I believe, will be held by HR. So again, it takes all the autonomy, everything out of it, and it will be available.
Correct. Okay, thank you. I don't see anybody else hands up. Okay, moving on to J. Should a complaint that was originally determined invalid by the receiving body be requested to be elevated by a counselors or complainant, and the investigator confirms the validity to the complaint, the town shall cover the investigator expenses for the investigation. This is important now. If the investigator confirms the complaint to be invalid, the cost of the investigator shall be the responsibility of the party elevating the original complaint. So if a counselor is complaining against another counselor, if a resident is complaining against a counselor, then if the investigator or receiving body deems it to be invalid, then the person doing the complaint pays the expense for the investigator. Does everybody understand that part? We put it in there because we didn't want to make complaints just frivolous complaints. So if you really wanted to be elevated to an investigator, then since the receiving body has deemed it maybe invalid, but you want it to go forward, then there will be a cost. Miss Lloyd, did I say that right?
Side note. Just a side note, once it's accepted for information and direction to move forward, it will be sent to legal. So just to be advised that, you know, maybe some comments in here may or may not be accepted. I'm just letting people know that so that you are aware. Legal still needs to take a look at this to make sure that you actually can do this.
Okay, should we not have that in there? We don't have legal in there.
I think we should add that.
Okay, what you're saying,
Sorry.
Lloyd, what you're saying, Mrs. Lloyd, is once we make the changes to this bylaw, you or administration will be sending the bylaw to our legal department to make sure that it is legally okay.
Yes.
Yes, apologies if I didn't make that clear.
Okay, so I misunderstood that. Okay, so that makes, yeah, of course, this is going to go to legal. Yes. Okay, Kate. Should there be?
CAO merit?
Oh,
So I'm a bit confused by that. So after today's meeting, if there's no specific changes beyond what's here, it'll go to legal and then come back to council after legal's had a review of it? Okay. Just wanna make
Councillor
sure the
sorry.
process is now we don't send it to legal after council has approved it.
No, we don't.
Okay.
Councillor Harper. The less we send to legal, the better off.
Now myself. So
What?
I'm a little bit confused now. So do all of our bylaws need to be vetted through our legal department before they get passed by town council?
The reason why this is going to go to legal is because we're saying that someone's going to get charged for money. You're going to have to pay to move this forward. That's my understanding. So we need legal to say that we're able to actually put that in this bylaw. Correct? Or am I out to lunch too? Miss Lloyd?
No, you are correct. I believe CAO has a comment with regards to Councillor Harper's question.
Yeah, typically if it's a new bylaw or it's a major overhaul to a bylaw, we do send it to legal first to make sure that it is legally, we're able to do it. And so the majority of our bylaws do go to our legal team first.
Okay, Miss McKinnon has put something in here and she says, no, Councillor Harper, not every bylaw goes to legal, just so we all know that. Not every bylaw goes to legal. Councillor Thompson, you had your hand up.
No, my comments have already been expressed. Yes.
Okay, so we're clear on this? Clear as mud. Everybody's so tired. We've had a long day already. Okay, so go to K. Should there be a decision at any point to elevate the complaint, the review shall become the responsibility of an investigator. All proceedings of the investigator regarding the investigation shall be confidential. Okay, we're good with that? Okay, moving on. This was new. If the complaint is the majority of counsel against an individual counselor, The mayor will act as the receiving body to prepare and forward all complaint information immediately to an investigator. The mayor will advise council as a whole this has been done. So it's just housekeeping, making sure that paperwork gets filed. Then we go to N. Counselors who are the subject of investigation shall be afforded procedural fairness, including an opportunity to respond to the allegations before council deliberates and makes any decision or any sanction is imposed. So then once it's confirmed there was a valid complaint, and even if it went to the investigator, then council will discuss what sanctions will be imposed. And the person that the complaint is about has the opportunity to speak before those sanctions. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Councillor Overwater. I just want to back up to L because I had my hand up and you missed me. But what if the complaint is against the mayor and you've got him as acting as the receiving body?
It's covered under definitions.
If it's against the mayor, then I believe it goes to the deputy mayor. Puts it all together and sends it off.
Yep. Marianne?
Yes, Councillor Harper.
It's covered under H on page 85. If the complaint is against the mayor and or deputy mayor, the deputy mayor and the subsequent deputy mayor. So it's already covered under 85, page 85.
Okay. You're good then, Councillor Ryan? Yep. Okay.
Yep.
Very good. Okay, so then, so whoever the complaint is against, they get a chance to talk before sanctions. Then we go to O. If a councillor is found in breach of code of conduct, council shall deliberate the application of if any, sanctions in a closed session. Common sense. P. Anybody want to say anything about that? No. Moving on. P. Any sanctions imposed shall be provided in writing to the councillor who is in breach of the code of conduct. Okay, good. Then we go to page 91. 14.3. There may be instances where conduct must be reported to the appropriate authority when actions are potentially criminal or against human rights. That's something that we have to have in there. 14.4, public release of report. All reports shall be redacted in accordance to FOIP regulations. 14.4b, upon completion of the process, the report of the findings and any sanctions applied shall be released to the public at the next regular council meeting. Good? Yeah, okay. Then we go to 15.4. Oh, no, 15.1. We struck out, we just changed this to say, councillors shall uphold this bylaw. We did not know what councillors shall uphold the letter and the spirit and intent. We did not, everybody has a different idea of what spirit and intent is. So we just decided councillors shall uphold this bylaw, period. We didn't want a bunch of words in there. So then we went to 15.4. Should a sanctions be imposed on a councillor in breach of code of conduct, sanctions must include. We separated this because, well, we just felt there was some things that had to be included and some things that could be included. So 15.4a, a letter of reprimand addressed to the councillor from the office of the mayor and shall be read into the record at the next regular council meeting and be held in the elected officials' file for the remainder of the election term. Okay, I don't see anybody waving, so we'll move on. 15.5, sanctions that may be imposed on a councillor who has breached the code of conduct may include, and then we went into what could happen. So then we go down to 15.5M on page 92. We struck that out. 15.6, the length of the aforementioned suspensions will be determined by the majority of council. We struck out everything after that, A, B, C, because that sort of limits what can happen. And this way council has a bit more leeway as to what could happen. So I don't see any comments. Anybody want to say anything? Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Councillor Overwater. I just want to go back to M. Why did you take that out?
Well, we felt, maybe somebody else can help me, but we felt retaliation was sort of not necessarily a great word in there. Mayor Majishka?
I think the general feeling was that this really kind of limited what council could do, depending on the severity of the infraction, right? If it's a minor infraction the first time, that's fine. But if it's, you know, quite a serious infraction, if, you know, it would just give council way more leeway into imposing sanctions.
I think Councillor Ryan talked about M.
The wrong one, Mr. Mayor. I was speaking to M. Why that was taken out, the retaliation.
15.5.
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I'll let Councillor Harper.
Okay.
Councillor Harper?
The reason why we took this out, Councillor Ryan, was if there is retaliation by somebody in council against the complainant,
what's the code of conduct?
Then in fact, it would be another breach of the code of conduct again. So they would, you know, we're already having a council code of conduct that we do abide by. So if somebody breaches that code of conduct, it would be another breach. So we don't have to mention it again.
Yeah, it would be another complaint that would have to be filed.
It would be another complaint.
Councillor Ryan, are you okay with that?
No, but that's okay. I'll go along with it.
Does anybody else have anything else they want to say on that? If not, I think that was the end of that. Then we went to page 93. And 93, we just need to, complaints will not be received 90 days is where we ended up on that first page. Then on page 94 is our roadmap. Was everybody able to follow the roadmap? It's almost like the old college collective fund where we have the roadmap. If it works, it does. If it doesn't, then it's out. So Kelly, you did a very good job on this. You and Marcy working together, I'm sure, on it, and I followed it very clearly. Does anybody have any questions on the roadmap? Mitch, no. Councillor Harper? No. Councillor Majishka? Or Mayor Majishka? No. Councillor Ryan? No. Councillor Bennett? She's good. Councillor Blatz? She's good. Okay. So then administration, Ms. Lloyd and Ms. McKinnon, you guys are good with it. Like, I think we fully understand it, and that if anybody has a complaint, they'll be able to follow that quite clearly as to what happens and when it happens, or if it doesn't happen. So that concludes the briefing note we had in there. As we discussed, we're leaving it at 500. And that concludes the ad hoc code of conduct committee report and our changes. And we're hoping that this can come back to council at Ms. Lloyd. Will that come back at our next council meeting or the one at the end of the month?
Well, depending on, and Marcy may be able, or our legislative clerk may be better able to answer that question in regards to that. She might have a better understanding of a turnaround time. I'm not 100% sure, although your bylaw does state to be done by the end of June. And so hopefully we can get it sent right away and have a determination or information back.
Sent out to the lawyer, and then, so it probably will be June 28th, I'm thinking, by the time we get it back to council, is my thought, which would make sure that we did our mandate. We were very good at it. Ms. McKinnon, are you good with that? Oh, she says, will depend. She did a little chat. She's not talking to us, she's chatting. Will depend on how busy legal is, but should have back for last. Okay, very good. So that's when we're hoping. If not, I do believe we do have a council meeting in July. We have one council meeting at the beginning of July, I believe, right, Mr. Merritt?
We have a council meeting on the 12th of July. That's the last one until August 24th, I believe.
So if it doesn't get back to us by June 28th, then it will be back to us by July 12th, we hope. Mr. Merritt?
So I do have a question again, is while there's a number of things in red, substantially, this bylaw did not change dramatically from the previous one.
No, it didn't.
Certainly we can send it to legal, but we'll see how that process works.
Okay. Okay, any further discussion on the code of conduct bylaw? I think we had quite heavy discussions about whether it was a complaint from a counselor to a counselor, or if it was a resident. So we had to have two hats on with that. And I think our committee did a good job. Thanks, administration. You guys did a great job too. And we should get a motion. Sorry, Councillor Bennett.
I would seek a motion then to bring this back.
Okay, I don't think I should do it.
No, you shouldn't. Councillor Harper?
So what I would say is we accept for information the Council Ad Hoc Committee Code of Conduct Bylaw 2018-01, 2021-13 Council Code of Conduct for information and direct administration to vet through legal team and present at a regular council meeting.
With changes. With our changes. Right?
Do we, with that one change, yes.
Our amended 90 days.
Amended, yes.
Okay.
Thank you for that. And I will call for the vote. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you very much. Who's speaking then to the next draft bylaw?
Not me.
Not you?
No,
Okay.
thanks.
Council Policy 103C.
Yes, I'll ask Kelly Lloyd, our person who is supporting.
All righty, Ms. Lloyd.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. So there's 3 policies that were assigned or aligned with the review of the Code of Conduct bylaw. So they are in front of you today for review. They had gone through the review process with the Code Ad Hoc Committee and are now for presentation for discussion. Making sure that we just align terminology with the bylaw and ensuring that it all works properly through all of the legislative documents.
Yeah, I
Not
think
very many changes.
No, I think it was just wordsmithing to make sure that everything aligned with the code of conduct, and we wanted to make sure everything followed through properly. So that was pretty well what it was.
Okay, very good. Any questions or concerns? Councillor Thompson, then Harper.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Actually, I would be prepared to just pass a motion on this one if you'd like to entertain it.
I can entertain it and then Councillor Harper can speak after.
Sure. So I would move that we accept for information Policy 103C, Terms of Reference, and direct administration to bring it back to a future regular council meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Harper. Yes.
Thank you very much. I would just have a problem with the word by way of.
What page are you on?
Where are we?
Ensure governing documents by way of terms of reference. Could we have a little wordsmithing in there?
What should it be?
The purpose of this policy is to ensure governing documents are prepared and presented for each town of Wolf's committee.
Councillor Thompson.
Yes, they're by way of.
Counselor Thompson, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, my screen was changing in front of me. I was looking for the button. So ensure governing documents exist or enforce by way of terms of reference. It's just missing a word there is all.
Miss Lloyd, where are you on the screen? There you are. She's
So-
shaking.
Go. So that will be changed, amended? Okay, she's shaking yes. All right,
And I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
friendly amendment, thank you. So we'll call the vote for the friendly amendment as well, and all in favor? And that is carried. Counselor Blatz, did you have your hand up? You're disagreeing?
No, I was just voting.
Okay, I didn't see your hand, I'm sorry. Okay, so that was unanimous, thank you.
That's her hand thing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, then we can move on. Let's do page 103 to 106, 6B.3, Council Policy 107C, elected officials appointments. Who will speak to this one?
I'll ask Kelly Lloyd again to speak to this.
Thank you, Ms. Lloyd, go ahead.
Thank you. So yes, second policy that was under the review alongside of the bylaw. And once again, just a little bit of housekeeping, some removal of definitions only because they're duplicated in the bylaw already that don't need to be in this policy per se. And so yes, it's just aligning current happenings.
Okay, thank you.
For
very
the
much.
elected official appointments.
Perfect, thank you. Any comments, any questions? Councillor Ryan?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. I have two questions, but I'll ask the first one and then other people can ask. I'm wondering why are we taking out conflict of interest and the other one that is pecuniary interest, the definitions? Is there a reason?
Ms. Lloyd?
Yes, if I may, those are included in your code of conduct bylaw, and they actually, I don't believe, are reflected in this policy anymore, so they're not needed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harper?
So the major discussion point here is on page 105, to council elected official role. And you can see that the change is elected officials appointed to authorities, boards, commissions, or committees containing members of the public shall not take positions on the executive of the board or committee and shall not make motions or subjects likely to be presented to council for further review. So
Ms.
that's, I think, for discussion.
Okay, and Ms. Lloyd has comment?
Yes, that the ad hoc committee decided that this point needed to have further discussion from council as a whole.
All right. Councillor Ryan?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. This was one of the other questions I had. I don't agree with this at all. I think that there's lots of times where we're on committees where we have public members on them. Sometimes it makes sense to have a councillor as a chairperson. For example, we already have that with the Police Advisory Committee, simply because you have people who have not run a meeting before, and it helps with governance. As well, we have many instances where we have been asked to be on the executive committee. I'm on the executive of the Parkland Regional Library Board. They're not all elected officials on that library board. There is a couple of members who are public. So in that instance, that would prevent me from being on the executive of that board. And I think that, you know, there are some instances where you may not want to. I cannot run as or be the chair of the municipal library board, but I think that there are some instances where we would want them on there as a chairperson, because of governance.
Ms. Lloyd, you had a comment, and then Councillor
Just a
Harper.
comment. sorry, but yes, a reminder that this is in policy currently. So it was decided that this group needed to have the full discussion. So just so you know, it's already live.
Okay, Councillor Harper, then Overwater.
Well, first thing, I did not realize the Parkland Library Board had public members. I did not realize that.
Yes.
And I think that we've tried to practice this in the past. But there's also times when it is probably more beneficial that a counselor be part of that executive team.
Councillor Overwater.
Yeah, I am the chair of the police advisory. We have very new members on there. There's some people that have never ran a meeting. They have no, no idea as to how to run a meeting and the governance of it. So I think somehow we need to change the wording. I mean, maybe if at all possible, you should not be, but I mean, at the end of the day, in our terms of reference, it does say that a council member can be the chair or the vice chair on our police advisory. And I know Councillor Harper and I, we both sit on the public art advisory. We try not to make motions. We try to really encourage the public members to make motions. Sometimes we do make a motion though. So I think there has to be some leeway in here, because I know we want our public to be involved. We want them to be very involved when they sit on our committees, but you know what, a committee can fall all apart if you don't have some good governance to start with. So I think we need to change some wording on here.
I would like to add a comment. I think that we as council, it behooves us to ensure that new board members get training in board governance and how to run a meeting, because at that, it is beneficial for the public to have that. Perhaps a counselor could be an assistant or a mentor to begin with, but eventually the board should be not run by a counselor. I'm not sure how we're going to implement that, but seeking new board members, I believe that in order to learn governance, we need to have education on governance for all of us and any new members. So in order to have those public members be educated to be able to run meetings in the future and understand that governance includes a variety of items, we need to make sure that it's offered. I'm not sure, at October, November, whenever we're assigned to these and public members come on board, but we should have sessions in place when that happens.
And just to supplemental that, you know what, our vice chair is a new member, and with the assumption that she, would move to chair next year. We speak regularly. She sits in when I'm with the our facilitator, and so she, she is learning. She's watching, and with
I understand what you're saying, but the sooner that they can be moved into a position of the executive, then I believe that should be our
they are
priority.
They are on the executive.
Well, they are, but you're still being a chair, and maybe you're dealing with information that they don't have yet. The education part has to be for the whole board.
Yeah, I understand that. I know on the police advisory, she has the same information as me. Just so you know.
Councillor Harper.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Councillor Bennett, Deputy Mayor Bennett, on that. And we all have to realize that when you're first elected to council, the majority of newly elected councillors have no board or governance experience at all.
Often that's the case.
And we get training, and that's what we need to provide for people, our public members to have.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So we don't have this though. I mean, somewhere along the line, we should have something that states that our public members that sit on our committees get some sort of training. a half-day training or whatever. We don't have that anywhere.
Well, we should address that as soon as possible. Did you have your hand up, CAO Merit?
We do have another policy on public at large appointments, and so they would be ones that probably would be where the training would be stated. Is 2.1 a Rogers rules type of scenario, or are we because really usually public members are the majority and they would have the majority to vote in people, and why would we exclude elected officials?
Ms. Lloyd? Go ahead, Ms.
If I
Lloyd.
may, and I'm sorry. My recollection, it's my recollection, Councillor Harper, because you would know. I believe that this may have been put into policy just to ensure that the image of council is not causing conflict of interest. I'm going to say that's why I'm thinking it was installed in the first place, but Councillor Harper may have better recollection.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lloyd. I believe that you are correct, that there could be a public perception that the town is taking over a particular board or committee, whether they be a town appointed board or committee, or something like where you're just appointed as a member to go. So there could be that public perception that, you know, if council gets elected, always as, you know, the chair, vice chair of a committee, that we're trying to sort of roughshod over that committee, which really is not true. But that possibly could be the public perception out there.
I think Councillor Thompson's in the dark, but he had his hand up.
Okay, I apologize. Go ahead, Councillor Thompson.
Thanks. Councillor Harper did pretty much make my point. I think it's just the perception that maybe citizen appointees may look to a councillor for that knowledge and may not be as willing to speak up against a member of council. I think that's the only other thing that comes to mind.
Okay.
Well,
Councillor Overwater?
Well, I'm not sure about that, because then if that's the perception, then I don't think any public member is going to sit on a board if they're afraid to speak up in front of an elected official. I mean, that's why you're there. It's for your opinion. So if you're not going to give your opinion, and if you're afraid to speak, then I guess maybe you shouldn't be on that committee.
Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. You know, I just think that we all take our roles seriously, and I don't think we're there to run roughshod over anybody, and I don't think that there's a perception out there that we are doing that. I think that some cases that you know, there makes sense to have a person who knows how to run a meeting in charge for a while. I do believe that we provide information to our committees and our boards that help them operate a meeting correctly. I mean, I've been asked several times on the library board about how procedures should happen when we're doing 1, 2, 3 readings on a bylaw on the same evening and that kind of thing. So I provide that information. I'm not a member of the, I'm not the chairman of the board. I'm not vice chairman of the board, but I do provide coaching. I just think that when you talk about being on the executive of a board, I think all of us at some point have been on an executive of a board. I don't think you need to put that in there. I think maybe you should put in there what I think our policy states, that we shouldn't be chairman or vice chairman. But again, I'm going to go back to the Police Advisory Committee, which was brand new, with people who have not necessarily run a meeting. And at least that was my perception, that many of them did not. That they certainly didn't seem to want to put their hand up when it came to who's going to be chairman. And Councilor Overwater's done a great job as chair and coaching the vice chair. And I think that eventually, probably within the first year, after the first year, that vice chairman will step up and be chairman. And I think that she would be getting a lot of input from Councilor Overwater as to running a meeting. She's gaining a lot of experience, but I think something like that shouldn't be deterred.
Okay, anything further?
Well, did we decide anything? I don't like the way it reads myself.
Councillor Harper, go ahead.
I don't think that that we're going to reach total consensus tonight on this particular issue. I think what we need to do is come back, bring it back with fresh eyes to our next PNP meeting, and perhaps have some more information in reference to this item, because we're now sitting at 25 to 6. And
don't bring that in.
25 to 6, we're not going to make good decisions.
Anything further from anyone? Then I would need a motion in that.
Mr.
CA Mayor, go ahead.
Things. One, there was reference to training. It is in this, but this is an elected officials basically appointment. So it shouldn't be talking about public members getting training. That should be in the standards of the public appointments, so to speak.
Okay.
Because it is it is in the standards here for elected officials to get the proper training. So there can be a reference made there. Again, unless there is a practice that says you shall not be part of an executive, I think it's up to you to give the determination. Maybe Councillor Harper's right. Bring it back with fresh eyes. But are you expecting administration to bring you something different, saying you can't do it? Because I don't think we're going to have that information unless the legislative clerk or Ms. White have something that they know about.
I have a comment.
Councillor Overwater.
You know what, I mean, as Councillor Ryan has stated, you know, like we've had some new committees, and some of our new committees, they have had people that know and have run other committees. They run meetings and they do a very good job. Our public art person does a great job. At the end of the day, I would like to see us start a new committee, and not saying it would, but have it fall apart because, you know, somebody didn't take the reins in order to be the chair to begin with, in order to make sure that the committee got off on the right ground and the right procedures were being followed and the right agenda was being followed. So I think we really need to think about this.
Yeah, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. My sense, and this being you know, maybe a little bit too bold here, but so in this space, in most spaces, we have a community facilitator that facilitates the committee, and they play a key role around the committee table in helping to support the group. If I use the citizens on, not citizens on patrol, but on the police advisory committee one as an example, there was myself, Councillor Ryan, and Councillor Overwater, and 5 or 6 new people. Councillor Ryan nominated Councillor Overwater, who accepted, and I didn't speak up to any negative either. Nobody else stepped forward.
They were asked, though, make sure.
Yeah, they were asked, and so I'm not calling anybody out here. I'm not suggesting any wrongdoing. Is that best practice? And that's the question. I don't think there's anything wrong. But is that a practice that we're comfortable with? If so, then we we move on. If we're not comfortable in any way, then we adjust. But that's, so I use the actual example for consideration.
Well, I think bring it back because I won't accept that this is the way it's written. That's my opinion right now.
Councillor Ryan?
I'm just gonna say, bring it back, because I'm not accepting it as this either.
Okay, I would seek a motion then to that effect. Councillor Harper?
Thank you very much. I move that this council policy 107C be presented again at the next PNP meeting, or just say the July PNP meeting.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that's unanimous and carried. Thank you very much. Next up, it would be the.
I know Mr. Merritt has a.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not
CEO
saying
Merritt?
that we're going to ask for any changes, by the way.
Well,
Asking it be to present it again.
we can present it again in the next PMP, or we can come back with more information at the next council where you do have to make a decision as opposed to just accept it for information. We
No, I
can,
think-
I'm not sure we are going to do any better than to basically say, here's a bit more information on this rule. And you're still going to end up with a decision at one council meeting, whether it's July or the end of June.
That's good.
So is council comfortable with that, or are you going to suggest some changes to this?
I think it's a philosophical discussion that you
yeah.
have already had, that some believe that you could make a change to say it's preferential that public members fill the executive as opposed to council members are not. It gives the intent of what it is.
You know what?
I like the preferential. Councillor Overwater, then Ryan.
Okay, so if that's the case, I'm on the Cape board, Central Alberta Economic Partnership. I'm on that board. And what you're saying is it would be preferential that I not be on the executive. Because there's yeah, that's what you're saying, is that because there is an executive part of that board. So there's 5 people that sit on that executive. You're saying then I, as an elected official, should not sit on that board, on that executive.
No, I'm thinking more in regards to chairing.
Well, it's the same diff, really. The executive is, there's 2 different things when you talk about a board and an executive. Councillor Ryan sits on the Parkland executive, but they also have a board.
Councillor Harper?
Well, so I put together a motion just now to bring it back to the July meeting.
Yeah.
Very good food for thought here.
Yeah.
And I think
we just carry on.
We just need to bring it back.
Yeah.
And let's have some clearer thoughts. That's all I'm going to say.
No, I'm in agreement with you. So as the motion stands, I will call for the vote, and I would seek call the vote now. All in favor?
To bring back?
To bring back.
Okay.
And that's unanimous and that's carried.
Okay.
So now we are up to public at large appointments.
Yes. So if I may, through the chair,
Go
public.
ahead.
Thank you. The third policy is, and the final one that the code committee reviewed is the one on public appointments. So again, just ensuring that we align everything and just a little bit of changes in red for you. You know, council has moved to a practice to having an advisory committee. So we've added in ad hoc or advisory to be the same, and what an ABC means.
Councillor Harper.
So I believe this is the policy that we need to place somewhere in the policy where we, through our community services department, somehow or other provide board training for our public at large appointments.
I agree. And where is the suitable position, Ms. Lloyd? Or you'll have to just go through this and then bring it back as well.
Yes, if you don't mind. I mean, I
No, not at
agree
all.
and I've already noted, so yes.
Duly noted. Okay, thank you. And Councillor Overwater.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. Where it talks about definitions, page 108, the second paragraph that's redlined, authority board, commission, or committee means a committee that is granted the authority by council to make decisions on behalf of council to which elected officials are appointed to. Now, sometimes elected officials need to come back to their respective councils in order to get a decision. In here, am I reading this right, or is it just, I'm not reading it right? Where we're saying that the counselor or the person that is appointed, Wanda, the person that's appointed has the full authority to make the decision. Whereas, you know what? It's sometimes the person appointed has to come back to the council to find out what council wants as a decision. Am I reading this right? Or am I out to lunch?
Ms. Lloyd?
I'm just going to make a comment and then defer to the legislative clerk. In my understanding, and I may be, Mrs. McKinnon will, or Ms. McKinnon will correct me, but basically authority board, commission, or committee is you're approving public members to sit and make decisions on behalf of council, right? That maybe that they're appointed to at the organizational meeting. And sometimes those groups do come back for a full council discussion prior to decisions. But I would let the legislative clerk can explain it better.
Ms. McKinnon?
Is she chatting?
Are you there or are you chatting?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I believe Kelly's on the right track if I understand the question correctly.
Speaking too quietly, my dear.
I'm I'm right over top of my laptop, sorry.
No, it's not
No,
coming.
you're not coming through clearly. We'll have our tech. Oh, now she's standing. Okay. I would suggest that the addressing of public at large appointees being trained, and I lost it.
Just click on it.
She's suggesting they would be trained under a procedure, you know, that would be under procedure versus a policy.
Okay.
Not
All
on-
right. Very good. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. I don't think that addressed what was raised. The definition was what was raised as to whether or not this committee is granted the authority by council to make decisions on behalf of council to which elected officials are appointed to. This, I'm not sure. if this
Okay, I'll seek CAO Merritt and then Thompson.
Yeah, my understanding would be is you are definitely appointed to make decisions when you're appointed to a committee or a commission board. There are times when you will have to bring things back to council, oftentimes in a closed session, but you are appointed to make decisions. That it's a body unto itself.
Okay, Councillor Thompson.
My understanding from our elected official training is that in order for council to give authority to decision make on its behalf, we would do that in bylaw. So authorities, boards and commissions, authorities and commissions, we often do that by bylaw. Whereas we stipulate what authority they have and how much. And so I believe it's in the bylaw process that we empower that way. Committees and things like this, they are often come back to council with recommendation.
Ms. McKinnon, I ask for your point of view, please. Committee recommends, makes the final decision.
Council, yeah.
Councillor Overwater?
Maybe I'm really out to lunch, but does this not just speak to elected officials on this one red line? I'm not following this wording here because we're talking about public at large appointments. And then this line goes into, I'm not seeing this relevance here.
Councillor Harper, then, or Ms. Lloyd, would you like to comment?
I don't know.
Okay.
We're just talking about definitions right now. So an authority board, commissioner, committee, that's the definition of it, of our ABCs.
Okay.
We're way overthinking all of this, quite frankly.
Well, okay, so let's just bring it back. I can't think anymore.
We're
Just bring
way overthinking this.
Okay, bring it back for another
Okay.
discussion at another date because
A
you're
straw poll then that we will have this brought back, and I would seek a motion.
I'll do
Councillor
that.
Overwater,
Trying to find it here. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. Yes, I move that we accept information and direct administration to bring back to a future PNP. Because we can't make a decision on this today.
I think that's proper. Any other concerns or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that is unanimous and carried. Thank you very much. Okay. We have one more.
I don't think we can do this one either.
Okay, so we're to move on to new business. And 7A is Council Policy 901C, recreational facilities and sports fields use. Who will speak to this?
Michelle Larocque will speak to it. This is basically, as you know, we've had two presentations from the Grizzlies and now from Mr. Jaffrey in regards to ice time and scheduling. And so this follows that, basically the usage policy. I'm good to have the discussion on it, but we are getting a little late in our meeting.
Yes.
So it could be something that we could defer to another time. Like July, this would be a PMP type of discussion. But
Okay.
I'll ask Michelle if she has anything to say before.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Larocque.
I just wanted to apologize for actually missing the policy in the agenda package. I did send it out though, so hopefully everybody did get it and had a chance to look at it.
I didn't get it.
Okay, and then, so would that also include that we can defer until the next PMP Council Policy 902C, green spaces, green space areas?
That one, basically we could, or we could just have, unless there was a major discussion to be had on, there's not a lot of changes to this, but I'm good either way.
Councillor Harper?
Move on.
I would like to move that both these policies, 901C and 902C, be deferred to our next PMP meeting in July.
Any comments, concerns? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous and carried. Very good.
Councillor, Deputy Mayor Bennett.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Merritt, do you think that in between now and July PNP that there would be able to have community services have a meeting with those user groups a bit and maybe have a bit of a discussion like we had said that they should get together and talk about maybe, you know, revamping some of their, you know, ice allocations, like maybe the Grizzlies can go and practice in Didsbury for a couple times, or like I see you're ready to go off on me.
No, I'm not. I think that's a valid comment you made earlier today and certainly again today, but I'm just going to assure you that our community services do have those discussions with the user groups.
Well, I'm sure they do, but with other communities. though.
And secondly, we have had discussion, I think Doug may have been involved with it, but Michelle most likely would too. There have been discussions with other municipalities and sharing facilities and on this. It's very difficult to coordinate that, but it's certainly not something that we have been foreign to, and we've even had discussions with Bowden and even in our recreation master plan, we've talked about Thorrington as being an area because it's within a certain drive to deal with. So it's not been absent of having discussions on this. It's just going to take a bit of time to coordinate. Michelle or Doug, you can speak to that because I know that I've had this discussion with Doug in the past, not necessarily with Michelle.
I don't know if Michelle wants to speak to that or not at this point, but I'll certainly add at this point that on an annual basis, what you've described, Council, we meet with the primary user groups. And Michelle has suggested, we expand that to user groups. Currently, our practice has been non-primary user groups. Just for example, the adult hockey teams would respond to us via email, but we would sit down with the primary users and they sort out their ice allocation during the September to April year quite well. And that happens annually, and that's always gone, really smoothly when we're talking Olds Figure Skating Club, Olds Minor Hockey, the Olds Grizzlies, and the Olds College Broncos. The problematic areas we have are on the bookends of each year, and that's when we have the most challenge. And as you heard today, and as you heard previously at a PNP meeting, our spring and summer, meaning August, ice has been the piece that we've been more challenged on trying to sort out the users. And next spring, frankly, it won't be an issue because we'll have Pinties, so they will have to find alternatives for next spring, but they know that well in advance, and it's a one-off.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Bennett. The reason I'd asked earlier today if we could look at those off-season times in our policy is because I sense, and correct me, I sense that this is a revenue generating time for our nonprofits and our for-profits. The camps that are produced are profit-based revenue sources for each of these different types of groups. And it's a competitive time and there's only so much ice available. So I think it could be treated differently than the main season timelines to afford other types of groups to develop in the community.
You are correct, Councillor Thompson, that that period of time in August and in the spring is certainly driven by a revenue piece for the users that are booking the ice.
Anything further?
Just one more
CAO
thing.
Merritt?
Yeah, just one more thing in regards to, I don't disagree with the comment of Councillor Thompson or Director Wagstaff. In regards to, we do have a recreation master plan currently underway. We do have a committee that's been formed of all municipalities. Maybe the sharing of ice time and I guess dry floor space could be discussed by that group too, because it probably highlights a lot of the people that would be involved in this discussion with the other municipalities involved. It would not include Bowden necessarily or Thorrington, as I just indicated, but the other municipalities it would. And I'm not sure, Doug, are you the representative on that committee for the town?
Oh, you're talking the recreation master plan?
Yes.
Yes. So and Michelle is getting involved in that as well.
So we should maybe have a discussion at that level with the other municipalities.
Is that acceptable, Director Wagstaff?
I do know that that part of the discussion is part of the report that that this is going to be reporting on, is the appetite within each community for that type of regional sharing. So they are going to touch on that in their report.
But we won't have anything on that until fall of this year after the election.
Correct.
So there's nothing to do in the interim.
Well, I think we could, I think.
Yeah,
that
you'll
the
have the discussion.
Administration will discuss this offline.
Okay, very good. All right. So I need a motion then to defer.
I think we have a motion. We just need to vote.
We just need to vote, okay. So I'll call the vote, all in favor. And that's unanimous and carried. Thank you very much. And we would be moving into a closed session through the addition of Councillor Harper. Are we going to, we need a motion, and go ahead, Councillor Harper.
Thank you very much. I move that we go to closed session under section 21 of FOIP, and we'll have council, our CEO Merritt, Director Wagstaff, Director Linderman, and Director Andrew.
I just misplaced that sheet.
I think that's all, right? Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, everyone else is able to escape?
Everybody gets to go home and have supper, or just go to the kitchen and have supper.
Oh, there you go. All right, and I'll call for the vote, or do I need to repeat that
Yes, you do.
before we vote? Okay. One moment.
Maybe possibly going forward, our PNP might have to start earlier in the day. Our
Yeah.
presentation seemed to last longer than anticipated.
Yeah, we didn't expect this meeting to go this long, is correct. So, one moment, I'm getting my paperwork. Thank you. All right. So for our housekeeping, when council goes into a closed session, meeting attendees have two options for continued participation in the virtual council meeting. Number one, you may click on Leave Meeting button and leave the meeting, and then watch our Town of Old's website and Facebook pages for live updates as to when council will return. Administration will post when the meeting will reconvene, and the meeting attendees are able to rejoin the virtual meeting at that time. Or number two, stay online in the virtual meeting platform, and administration will move all meeting attendees into the meeting waiting room while council is in their closed session. Once council has returned, all meeting attendees in the waiting room will be brought back into the open meeting forum. And the chair will then that would be me, seek the closed motion and the FOIP as well. So thank you for that. And now we'll take the vote. All in favor? And that is unanimous and carried.
No,
So
you
thank
can't go to sleep.
Thank you very much. And we will have Mr. Welcome back to our meeting. And what's up next? We have an adjournment coming up. So we would seek a motion. Councillor Overwater, please.
Yep, I moved to
Yeah,
adjourn.
you move to adjourn. Okay, all in favor? And that's unanimous. And thank you very much for everyone.
Everyone.
Yeah.
Very long meeting.
A
Good night,
marathon.
everyone. Thank you.